Chapter 11 of The Ball and the Cross. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Ball and the Cross by G. K. Chesterton. Chapter 11. A Scandal in the Village. In the little hamlet of Haroc, in the Isle of St. Loup, there lived a man who, though living under the English flag, was absolutely untypical of the French tradition. He was quite unnoticeable, but that was exactly where he was quite himself. He was not even extraordinarily French, but then it is against the French tradition to be extraordinarily French. Ordinary Frenchmen would only have thought him a little old-fashioned. Imperialistic Englishmen would really have mistaken him for the old John Bull of the caricatures. He was stout, he was quite undistinguished. He had side whiskers, worn just a little longer than John Bull's. He was by name Pierre Durand. He was by trade a wine merchant. He was by politics a conservative Republican. He had been brought up a Catholic, had always thought and acted as an agnostic, and was very mildly returning to the Church in his later years. He had a genius, if one can even use so wild a word in connection with so tame a person, a genius for saying the conventional thing on every conceivable subject, or rather what we in England would call the conventional thing. For it was not convention with him, but solid and manly conviction. Convention implies cant or affectation, and he had not the faintest smell of either. He was simply an ordinary citizen with ordinary views, and if you had told him so, he would have taken it as an ordinary compliment. If you had asked him about women, he would have said that one must preserve their domesticity and decorum. He would have used the stalest words, but he would have in reserve the strongest arguments. If you had asked him about government, he would have said that all citizens are free and equal, but he would have meant what he said. If you had asked him about education, he would have said that the young must be trained up in the habits of industry and of respect for their parents. Still he would have set them the example of industry, and he would have been one of the parents whom they could respect. A state of mind so hopelessly central is depressing to the English instinct. But then in England a man announcing these platitudes is generally a fool, and a frightened fool, announcing them out of mere social servility. But Durand was anything but a fool. He had read all the 18th century, and could have defended his platitudes round every angle of 18th century argument. And certainly he was anything but a coward. Swollen and sedentary as he was, he could have hit any man back who touched him with the instant violence of an automatic machine, and dying in a uniform would have seemed to him only the sort of thing that sometimes happens. I am afraid it is impossible to explain this monster amid the exaggerative sects and the eccentric clubs of my country. He was merely a man. He lived in a little villa which was furnished well with comfortable chairs and tables and highly uncomfortable classical pictures and medallions. The yard in his home contained nothing between the two extremes of hard, meager designs of Greek heads and Roman togas, and on the other side a few very vulgar Catholic images in the crudest colors. These were mostly in his daughter's room. He had recently lost his wife, whom he had loved heartily and rather heavily in complete silence, and upon whose grave he was constantly in the habit of placing hideous little wreaths, made out of a sort of black and white beads. To his only daughter he was equally devoted, though he restricted her a good deal under a sort of theoretic alarm about her innocence; an alarm which was peculiarly unnecessary, first, because she was an exceptionally reticent and religious girl, and secondly, because there was hardly anybody else in the place. Madeleine Durand was physically a sleepy young woman, and might easily have been supposed to be morally a lazy one. It is, however, certain that the work of her house was done somehow, and it is even more rapidly ascertainable that nobody else did it. The logician is, therefore, driven back upon the assumption that she did it, and that lends a sort of mysterious interest to her personality at the beginning. She had very broad, low, and level brows, which seemed even lower because her warm yellow hair clustered down to her eyebrows, and she had a face just plump enough not to look as powerful as it was. Anything that was heavy in all this was abruptly lightened by two large, light china blue eyes, lightened all of a sudden as if it had been lifted into the air by two big blue butterflies. The rest of her was less than middle sized, and was of a casual and comfortable sort. And she had this difference from such girls as the girl in the motor car, that one did not incline to take in her figure at all, but only her broad and leonine and innocent head. Both the father and the daughter were of the sort that would normally have avoided all observation, that is, all observation in that extraordinary modern world which calls out everything except strength. Both of them had strength below the surface. They were like quiet peasants owning enormous and unquarried mines. The father with his square face and gray side whiskers, the daughter with her square face and golden fringe of hair, were both stronger than they know, stronger than anyone knew. The father believed in civilization, in the storied tower we have erected to affront nature, that is, the father believed in man. The daughter believed in God, and was even stronger. They neither of them believed in themselves, for that is a decadent weakness. The daughter was called a devotee. She left upon ordinary people the impression, the somewhat irritating impression, produced by such a person. It can only be described as the sense of strong water being perpetually poured into some abyss. She did her housework easily. She achieved her social relations sweetly. She was never neglectful and never unkind. This accounted for all that was soft in her, but not for all that was hard. She trod firmly as if going somewhere. She flung her face back as if defying something. She hardly spoke a cross word, yet there was often battle in her eyes. The modern man asked doubtfully where all this silent energy went to. He would have stared still more doubtfully if he had been told that it all went into her prayers. The conventions of the Isle of St. Loup were necessarily a compromise or confusion between those of France and England, and it was vaguely possible for a respectable young lady to have half-attached lovers, in a way that would be impossible to the bourgeoisie of France. One man in particular had made himself an unmistakable figure in the track of this girl as she went to church. He was a short, prosperous-looking man, whose long, bushy black beard and clumsy black umbrella made him seem both shorter and older than he really was, but whose big, bold eyes, and step that spurned the ground, gave him an instant character of youth. His name was Camille Bert, and he was a commercial traveler who had only been in the island an idle week before he began to hover in the tracks of Madeleine Durand. Since everyone knows everyone in so small a place, Madeleine certainly knew him to speak to. But it was not very evident that she ever spoke. He haunted her, however, especially at church, which was, indeed, one of the few certain places for finding her. In her home she had a habit of being invisible, sometimes through insatiable domesticity, sometimes through an equally insatiable solitude. Monsieur Bert did not give the impression of a pious man, though he did give, especially with his eyes, the impression of an honest one. But he went to mass with a simple exactitude that could not be mistaken for a pose, or even for a vulgar fascination. It was perhaps this religious regularity which eventually drew Madeleine into recognition of him. At least it is certain that she spoke twice to him with her square and open smile in the porch of the church. And there was human nature enough in the hamlet to turn even that into gossip. But the real interest arose suddenly as a squall arises with the extraordinary affair that occurred about 5 days after. There was, about a third of a mile beyond the village of Haroc, a large but lonely hotel upon the London or Paris model, but commonly almost entirely empty. Among the accidental group of guests who had come to it at this season was a man whose nationality no one could fix and who bore the non-committal name of Count Gregory. He treated everybody with complete civility and almost in complete silence. On the few occasions when he spoke either French, English, or once, to the priest, Latin, and the general opinion was that he spoke them all wrong. He was a large, lean man, with the stoop of an aged eagle, and even the eagle's nose to complete it. He had old-fashioned military whiskers and mustache dyed with a garish and highly incredible yellow. He had a dress of a showy gentleman, and the manners of a decayed gentleman. He seemed, as with a sort of simplicity, to be trying to be a dandy when he was too old even to know that he was old. Yet he was decidedly a handsome figure with his curled yellow hair and lean fastidious face, and he wore a peculiar frock coat of bright turquoise blue with an unknown order pinned to it, and he carried a large and heavy cane. Despite his silence and his dandified dress and whiskers, the island might never have heard of him but for the extraordinary event of which I have spoken, which fell about in the following way. In such casual atmospheres only the enthusiastic go to benediction; and as the warm blue twilight closed over the little candle-lit church and village, the line of worshippers who went home from the former to the latter thinned out until it broke. On one such evening, at least, no one was in church except the quiet, unconquerable Madeleine, 4 old women, 1 fisherman, and, of course, the irrepressible Monsieur Camille Bert. The others seemed to melt away afterwards into the peacock colors of the dim green grass and the dark blue sky. Even Durand was invisible instead of being merely reverentially remote, and Madeleine set forth through the patch of black forest alone. She was not in the least afraid of loneliness, because she was not afraid of devils. I think they were afraid of her. In a clearing of the wood, however, which was lit up with the last patch of the perishing sunlight, there advanced upon her suddenly one who was more startling than a devil. The incomprehensible Count Gregory, with his yellow hair like flame, and his face like the white ashes of the flame, was advancing bareheaded towards her, flinging out his arms and his long fingers with a frantic gesture. "We are alone here," he cried, "and you would be at my mercy, only that I am at yours." Then his frantic hands fell by his sides, and he looked up under his brows with an expression that went well with his hard breathing. Madeleine Durand had come to a halt at first in childish wonder, and now, with more than masculine self-control, "I fancy I know your face, sir," she said, as if to gain time. "I know I shall not forget yours," said the other, and extended once more his ungainly arms in an unnatural gesture. Then of a sudden there came out of him a spout of wild and yet pompous phrases. "It is as well that you should know the worst and the best. I am a man who knows no limit. I am the most callous of criminals, the most unrepentant of sinners. There is no man in my dominions so vile as I. But my dominions stretch from the olives of Italy to the fir woods of Denmark, and there is no nook of all of them in which I have not done a sin. But when I bear you away I shall be doing my first sacrilege, and also my first act of virtue." He seized her suddenly by the elbow, and she did not scream but only pulled and tugged. Yet though she had not screamed, some one astray in the woods seemed to have heard the struggle. A short but nimble figure came along the woodland path like a humming bullet, and had caught Count Gregory a crack across the face before his own could be recognized. When it was recognized it was that of Camille, with the black elderly beard and the young ardent eyes. Up to the moment when Camille had hit the Count, Madeleine had entertained no doubt that the Count was merely a madman. Now she was startled with a new sanity, for the tall man in the yellow whiskers and yellow mustache first returned the blow of Bert as if it were a sort of duty, and then stepped back with a slight bow and an easy smile. "This need go no further here, Monsieur Bert," he said. "I need not remind you how far it should go elsewhere." "Certainly you need remind me of nothing," answered Camille stolidly. "I am glad you are just not too much of a scoundrel for a gentleman to fight." "We are detaining the lady," said Count Gregory with politeness, and, making a gesture suggesting that he would have taken off his hat if he had had one, he strode away up the avenue of trees and eventually disappeared. He was so complete an aristocrat that he could offer his back to them all the way up that avenue, and his back never once looked uncomfortable. "You must allow me to see you home," said Bert to the girl in a gruff and almost stifled voice. I think we have only a little way to go." "Only a little way," she said, and smiled once more that night, in spite of fatigue and fear, and the world and the flesh and the devil. The glowing and transparent blue of twilight had long been covered by the opaque and slate-like blue of night, when he handed her to the lamp-lit interior of her home. He went out himself into the darkness, walking sturdily, but tearing at his black beard. All the French or semi-French gentry of the district considered this a case in which a duel was natural and inevitable, and neither party had any difficulty in finding seconds, strangers as they were in the place. Two small landowners, who were careful, practicing Catholics, willingly undertook to represent that strict churchgoer Camille Bert; while the profligate but apparently powerful Count Gregory found friends in an energetic local doctor who was ready for social promotion, and an accidental Californian tourist who was ready for anything. As no particular purpose could be served by delay, it was arranged that the affair should fall out 3 days afterwards. And when this was settled, the whole community, as it were, turned over again in bed and thought no more about the matter. At least there was only one member of it who seemed to be restless, and that was she who was commonly most restful. On the next night Madeleine Durand went to church as usual, and as usual the stricken Camille was there also. What was not so usual was that when they were a bow shot from the church, Madeleine turned round and walked back to him. "Sir," she began, "it is not wrong of me to speak to you," and the very words gave him a jar of unexpected truth, for in all the novels he had ever read she would have begun, "It is wrong of me to speak to you." She went on with wide and serious eyes like an animal's. "It is not wrong of me to speak to you, because your soul, or anybody's soul, matters so much more than what the world says about anybody. I want to talk to you about what you are going to do." Bert saw in front of him the inevitable heroine of the novels trying to prevent bloodshed, and his pale, firm face became implacable. "I would do anything but that for you," he said, "but no man can be called less than a man." She looked to him for a moment with a face openly puzzled, and then broke into an odd and beautiful half smile. "Oh, I don't mean that," she said. "I don't talk about what I don't understand. No one has ever hit me, and if they had I should not feel as a man may. I am sure it is not the best thing to fight. It would be better to forgive, if one could really forgive. But when people dine with my father and say that fighting a duel is mere murder, of course I can see that is not just. It's all so different, having a reason, and letting the other man know, and using the same guns and things, and doing it in front of your friends. I'm awfully stupid, but I know that men like you aren't murderers. But it wasn't that I meant." "What did you mean?" asked the other, looking broodingly at the earth. "Don't you know," she said, "there is only one more celebration? I thought that as you always go to church, I thought you would communicate this morning." Bert stepped backward with a sort of action she had never seen in him before. It seemed to alter his whole body. "You may be right or wrong to risk dying," said the girl simply. "The poor women in our village risk it whenever they have a baby. You men are the other half of the world. I know nothing about when you ought to die. But surely if you are daring to try and find God beyond the grave and appeal to him, you ought to let him find you when he comes and stands there every morning in our little church." And placid as she was, she made a little gesture of argument, of which the pathos wrung the heart. Monsieur Camille Bert was by no means placid. Before that incomplete gesture and frankly pleading face he retreated as if from the jaws of a dragon. His dark black hair and beard looked utterly unnatural against the startling pallor of his face. When at last he said something it was, "Oh, God, I can't stand this." He did not say it in French, nor did he, strictly speaking, say it in English. The truth, interesting only to anthropologists, is that he said it in Scotch. "There will be another Mass in a matter of 8 hours," said Madeleine with a sort of business eagerness and energy. and you can do it then before the fighting. You must forgive me, but I was so frightened that you would not do it at all." Bear seemed to crush his teeth together until they broke, and managed to say between them, "And why should you suppose that I shouldn't do as you say, I mean not to do it at all?" "You always go to Mass," answered the girl, opening her wide blue eyes, "and the Mass is very long and tiresome unless one loves God." Then it was that Bear exploded with a brutality which might have come from Count Gregory, his criminal opponent. He advanced upon Madeline with flaming eyes, and almost took her by the two shoulders. "I do not love God," he cried, speaking French with the broadest Scotch accent. "I do not want to find him. I do not think he is there to be found. I must burst up the show. I must and will say everything. You are the happiest and honestest thing I ever saw in this godless universe, and I am the dirtiest and most dishonest." Madeline looked at him doubtfully for an instant, and then said with a sudden simplicity and cheerfulness, "Oh, but if you are really sorry, it is all right. If you are horribly sorry, it is all the better. You have only to go and tell the priest so, and he will give you God out of his own hands." "I hate your priest and I deny your God," cried the man, "and I tell you God is a lie and a fable and a mask. And for the first time in my life I do not feel superior to God." "What can it all mean?" said Madeline in massive wonder. "Because I am a fable also and a mask," said the man. He had been plucking fiercely at his black beard and hair all the time. Now he suddenly plucked them off and flung them like moulted feathers in the mire. This extraordinary spoliation left in the sunlight the same face, but a much younger head, a head with close chestnut curls and a short chestnut beard. "Now you know the truth," he answered with hard eyes. "I am a cad who has played a crooked trick on a quiet village and a decent woman for a private reason of his own. I might have played it successfully on any other woman. I have hit the one woman on whom it cannot be played. It is just like my damned luck. The plain truth is," and here when he came to the plain truth he boggled and blundered as Evan had done in telling it to the girl in the motor car. "The plain truth is," he said at last, "that I am James Turnbull the atheist. The police are after me, not for atheism, but for being ready to fight for it." "I saw something about you in the newspaper," said the girl, with a simplicity which even surprise could never throw off its balance. "Evan MacIan said there was a God," went on the other, stubbornly, "and I say there isn't. And I have come to fight for the fact that there is no God. It is for that that I have seen this cursed island and your blessed face." "You want me really to believe," said Madeline, with parted lips, "that you think—" "I want you to hate me," cried Turnbull in agony. "I want you to be sick when you think of my name. I am sure there is no God." "But there is," said Madeline, quite quietly, and rather with the air of one telling children about an elephant. "Why, I touched his body only this morning." "You touched a bit of bread," said Turnbull, biting his knuckles. "Oh, I will say anything that can madden you." "You think it is only a bit of bread," said the girl, and her lips tightened ever so little. "I know it is only a bit of bread," said Turnbull with violence. She flung back her open face and smiled. "Then why did you refuse to eat it?" she said. James Turnbull made a little step backward, and for the first time in his life there seemed to break out and blaze in his head thoughts that were not his own. "Why, how silly of them!" cried out Madeline, with quite a schoolgirl gaiety. "Why, how silly of them to call you a blasphemer! Why, you have wrecked your whole little business because you would not commit blasphemy." The man stood, a somewhat comic figure in his tragic bewilderment, with the honest red head of James Turnbull sticking out of the rich and fictitious garments of Camille Bert. But the startled pain of his face was strong enough to obliterate the oddity. "You come down here," continued the lady, with that female emphasis which is so pulverizing in conversation and so feeble at a public meeting, You and your MacIan come down here and put on false beards or noses in order to fight. You pretend to be a Catholic commercial traveller from France. Poor Mr. MacIan has to pretend to be a dissolute nobleman from nowhere. Your scheme succeeds. You pick a quite convincing quarrel. You arrange a quite respectable duel. The duel you have planned so long will come off tomorrow with absolute certainty and safety. And then you throw off your wig and throw up your scheme and throw over your colleague, because I ask you to go into a building and eat a bit of bread. And then you dare to tell me that you are sure there is nothing watching us. Then you say you know there is nothing on the very altar you run away from. You know—" "I only know," said Turnbull, "that I must run away from you. This has got beyond any talking." And he plunged along into the village, leaving his black wig and beard lying behind him on the road. As the market-place opened before him he saw Count Gregory, that distinguished foreigner, standing and smoking in elegant meditation at the corner of the local café. He immediately made his way rapidly towards him, considering that a consultation was urgent. But he had hardly crossed half of that stony quadrangle when a window burst open above him, and a head was thrust out, shouting. The man was in his woolen undershirt, but Turnbull knew the energetic, apologetic head of the sergeant of police. He pointed furiously at Turnbull and shouted his name. A policeman ran excitedly from under an archway and tried to collar him. Two men selling vegetables dropped their baskets and joined in the chase. Turnbull dodged the constable, upset one of the men into his own basket, and bounding towards the distinguished foreign count, called to him clamorously, "Come on, MacIan, the hunt is up again." The prompt reply of Count Gregory was to pull off his large yellow whiskers and scatter them on the breeze with an air of considerable relief. Then he joined the flight of Turnbull, and even as he did so, with one wrench of his powerful hands rent and split the strange, thick stick that he carried. Inside it was a naked, old-fashioned rapier. The two got a good start up the road before the whole town was awakened behind them. And halfway up it a similar transformation was seen to take place in Mr. Turnbull's singular umbrella. The two had a long race for the harbour, but the English police were heavy and the French inhabitants were indifferent. In any case, they got used to the notion of the road being clear. And just as they had come to the cliffs, MacIan banged into another gentleman with unmistakable surprise. How he knew he was another gentleman merely by banging into him must remain a mystery. MacIan was a very poor and very sober Scotch gentleman. The other was a very drunk and very wealthy English gentleman. But there was something in the staggered and openly embarrassed apologies that made them understand each other as readily and as quickly and as much as two men talking French in the middle of China. The nearest expression of the type is that it either hits or apologizes, and in this case both apologized. "You seem to be in a hurry," said the unknown Englishman, falling back a step or two in order to laugh with an unnatural heartiness. "What's it all about, eh?" Then before MacIan could get past his sprawling and staggering figure he ran forward again and said with a sort of shouting and ear-shattering whisper, "I say, my name is Wilkinson. You know. Wilkinson's entire was my grandfather. Can't drink beer myself. Liver." And he shook his head with extraordinary sagacity. "We really are in a hurry, as you say," said MacIan, summoning a sufficiently pleasant smile, "so if you will let us pass—" "I'll tell you what, you fellows," said the sprawling gentleman, confidentially, while Evan's agonized ears heard behind him the first paces of the pursuit, "if you really are, as you say, in a hurry, I know what it is to be in a hurry. Lord, what a hurry I was in when we all came out of Cartwright's rooms. If you really are in a hurry," and he seemed to steady his voice into a sort of solemnity, "if you are in a hurry, there's nothing like a good yacht for a man in a hurry." "No doubt you're right," said MacIan, and dashed past him in despair. The head of the pursuing host was just showing over the top of the hill behind him. Turnbull had already ducked under the intoxicated gentleman's elbow and fled far in front. "No, but look here," said Mr. Wilkinson, enthusiastically running after MacIan and catching him by the sleeve of his coat. "If you want to hurry you should take a yacht, and if," he said with a burst of rationality, like one leaping to a further point in logic, "if you want a yacht you can have mine." Evan pulled up abruptly and looked back at him. "We are really in the devil of a hurry," he said, "and if you really have a yacht, the truth is that we would give our ears for it." "You'll find it in the harbour," said Wilkinson, struggling with his speech. "Left side of harbour, called Gibson Girl. Can't think why, old fellow, I never lent it to you before." With these words the benevolent Mr. Wilkinson fell flat on his face in the road, but continued to laugh softly, and turned towards his flying companion a face of peculiar peace and benignity. Evan's mind went through a crisis of instantaneous casuistry, in which it may be that he decided wrongly. But about how he decided, his biographer can profess no doubt. 2 minutes afterwards he had overtaken Turnbull and told the tale. 10 minutes afterwards he and Turnbull had somehow tumbled into the yacht called the Gibson Girl, and had somehow pushed off from the island of St. Loup. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Trisha G. Chapter 12 of The Ball and the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ball and the Cross by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 12. The Desert Island. Those who happen to hold the view, and Mr. Evan MacIan, now alive and comfortable, is among the number, that something supernatural, some eccentric kindness from God or fairy had guided our adventurers through all their absurd perils, might have found his strongest argument perhaps in their management or mismanagement of Mr. Wilkinson's yacht. Neither of them had the smallest qualification for managing such a vessel. But MacIan had a practical knowledge of the sea in much smaller and quite different boats, while Turnbull had an abstract knowledge of science and some of its applications to navigation, which was worse. The presence of the god or fairy can only be deduced from the fact that they never definitely ran into anything, either a boat, a rock, a quicksand, or a man of war. Apart from this negative description, their voyage would be difficult to describe. It took at least a fortnight, and MacIan, who was certainly the shrewder sailor of the two, realized that they were sailing west into the Atlantic, and were probably by this time past the Scilly Isles. How much farther they stood out into the western sea it was impossible to conjecture. But they felt certain, at least, that they were far enough into that awful gulf between us and America to make it unlikely that they should soon see land again. It was therefore with legitimate excitement that one rainy morning after daybreak they saw that distinct shape of a solitary island standing up against the encircling strip of silver which ran round the skyline and separated the grey and green of the billows from the grey and mauve of the morning clouds. "What can it be?" cried MacIan, in a dry-throated excitement. "I didn't know there were any Atlantic islands so far beyond the Scillies. Good Lord, it can't be Madeira yet." "I thought you were fond of legends and lies and fables," said Turnbull grimly. "Perhaps it's Atlantis." "Of course it might be," answered the other, quite innocently and gravely, "but I never thought the story about Atlantis was very solidly established." "Whatever it is, we are running on to it," said Turnbull equably, "and we shall be shipwrecked twice at any rate." The naked-looking nose of land projecting from the unknown island was, indeed, growing larger and larger, like the trunk of some terrible and advancing elephant. There seemed to be nothing in particular, at least on this side of the island, except shoals of shellfish lying so thick as almost to make it look like one of those toy grottos that the children make. In one place, however, the coast offered a soft, smooth bay of sand, and even the rudimentary ingenuity of the two amateur mariners managed to run up the little ship with her prow well on shore and her bowsprit pointing upward, as in a sort of idiotic triumph. They tumbled on shore and began to unload the vessel, setting the stores out in rows upon the sand with something of the solemnity of boys playing at pirates. There were Mr. Wilkinson's cigar boxes, and Mr. Wilkinson's dozen of champagne, and Mr. Wilkinson's tinned salmon, and Mr. Wilkinson's tinned tongue, and Mr. Wilkinson's tinned sardines, and every sort of preserved thing that could be seen at the Army and Navy Stores. Then MacIan stopped with a jar of pickles in his hand and said abruptly, "I don't know why we're doing all this. I suppose we ought really to fall to and get it over." Then he added more thoughtfully, "Of course, this island seems rather bare, and the survivor—" "The question is," said Turnbull, with cheerful speculation, "whether the survivor will be in a proper frame of mind for potted prawns." MacIan looked down at the rows of tins and bottles, and the cloud of doubt still lowered upon his face. "You will permit me 2 liberties, my dear sir," said Turnbull at last. "The first is to break open this box and light one of Mr. Wilkinson's excellent cigars, which will, I am sure, assist my meditations. The second is to offer a penny for your thoughts; or rather to convulse the already complex finances of this island by betting a penny that I know them." "What on earth are you talking about?" asked MacIan, listlessly, in the manner of an inattentive child. "I know what you are really thinking, MacIan," repeated Turnbull, laughing. "I know what I am thinking, anyhow, and I rather fancy it's the same." "What are you thinking?" asked Evan. "I am thinking, and you are thinking," said Turnbull, "that it is damned silly to waste all that champagne." Something like the spectre of a smile appeared on the unsmiling visage of the Gael, and he made at least no movement of dissent. "We could drink all the wine and smoke all the cigars easily in a week," said Turnbull, "and that would be to die feasting like heroes." "Yes, and there is something else," said MacIan, with slight hesitation. "You see, we are on an almost unknown rock, lost in the Atlantic. The police will never catch us. But then neither may the public ever hear of us, and that was one of the things we wanted." Then after a pause he said, drawing in the sand with his sword point, "She may never hear of it at all." "Well?" inquired the other, puffing at his cigar. "Well," said MacIan, "we might occupy a day or two in drawing up a thorough and complete statement of what we did and why we did it, and all about both our points of view. Then we could leave one copy on the island whatever happens to us, and put another in an empty bottle and send it out to sea, as they do in the books." "A good idea," said Turnbull, "and now let us finish unpacking." As MacIan, a tall, almost ghostly figure, paced along the edge of sand that ran round the islet, the purple but cloudy poetry which was his native element was piled up at its thickest upon his soul. The unique island and the endless sea emphasized the thing solely as an epic. There were no ladies or policemen here to give him a hint either of its farce or its tragedy. "Perhaps when the morning stars were made," he said to himself, "God built this island up from the bottom of the world to be a tower and a theatre for the fight between yea and nay." Then he wandered up to the highest level of the rock, where there was a roof or plateau of level stone. Half an hour afterwards Turnbull found him clearing away the loose sand from this tableland and making it smooth and even. "We will fight up here, Turnbull," said MacIan, "when the time comes. And till the time comes this place shall be sacred." "I thought of having lunch up there," said Turnbull, who had a bottle of champagne in his hand. "No, no, not up here," said MacIan, and came down from the height quite hastily. Before he descended, however, he fixed the 2 swords upright, one at each end of the platform, as if they were human sentinels to guard it under the stars. Then they came down and lunched plentifully in a nest of loose rocks. In the same place that night they supped more plentifully still. The smoke of Mr. Wilkinson's cigars went up ceaseless and strong-smelling, like a pagan sacrifice. The golden glories of Mr. Wilkinson's champagne rose to their heads and poured out of them in fancies and philosophies. And occasionally they would look up at the starlight and the rock and see the space guarded by the 2 cross-hilted swords, which looked like 2 black crosses at either end of a grave. In this primitive and Homeric truce the week passed by. It consisted almost entirely of eating, drinking, smoking, talking, and occasionally singing. They wrote their records and cast loose their bottle. They never ascended to the ominous plateau, they had never stood there save for that single embarrassed minute when they had had no time to take stock of the seascape or the shape of the land. They did not even explore the island, for MacIan was partly concerned in prayer and Turnbull entirely concerned with tobacco. And both these forms of inspiration can be enjoyed by the secluded and even the sedentary. It was on a golden afternoon, the sun sinking over the sea, rayed like the very head of Apollo, when Turnbull tossed off the last half pint from the emptied Wilkinsonian bottle, hurled the bottle into the sea with objectless energy, and went up to where his sword stood waiting for him on the hill. MacIan was already standing heavily by his, with bent head and eyes reading the ground. He had not even troubled to throw a glance round the island or the horizon. But Turnbull, being of a more active and bird-like type of mind, did throw a glance round the scene, the consequence of which was that he nearly fell off the rock. On three sides of this shelly and sandy islet the sea stretched blue and infinite without a speck of land or sail, the same as Turnbull had first seen it, except that the tide being out it showed a few yards more of slanting sand under the roots of the rocks. But on the fourth side the island exhibited a more extraordinary feature. In fact, it exhibited the extraordinary feature of not being an island at all. A long, curving neck of sand, as smooth and wet as the neck of the sea serpent, ran out into the sea and joined their rock to a line of low, billowing and glistening sand hills, which the sinking sea had just bared to the sun. Whether they were firm sand or quicksand it was difficult to guess, but there was at least no doubt that they lay on the edge of some larger land, for colorless hills appeared faintly behind them and no sea could be seen beyond. "Sakes alive!" cried Turnbull, with rolling eyes. "This ain't an island in the Atlantic. We've butted the bally continent of America." MacIan turned his head, and his face, already pale, grew a shade paler. He was by this time walking in a world of omens and hieroglyphics, and he could not read anything but what was baffling or menacing in this brown gigantic arm of the earth stretched out into the sea to seize him. "MacIan," said Turnbull, in his temperate way, "whatever our eternal interrupted tete-a-tetes have taught us or not taught us, at least we need not fear the charge of fear. If it is essential to your emotions, I will cheerfully finish the fight here and now, but I must confess that if you kill me here, I shall die with my curiosity highly excited and unsatisfied upon a minor point of geography." "I do not want to stop now," said the other in his elephantine simplicity, "but we must stop for a moment because it is a sign, perhaps it is a miracle. We must see what is at the end of the road of sand. It may be a bridge built across the gulf by God." "So long as you gratify my query," said Turnbull, laughing and letting back his blade into the sheath, "I do not care for what reason you choose to stop." They clambered down the rocky peninsula and trudged along the sandy isthmus with the plodding resolution of men who seemed almost to have made up their minds to be wanderers on the face of the earth. Despite Turnbull's air of scientific eagerness, he was really the less impatient of the two, and the Highlander went on well ahead of him with passionate strides. By the time they had walked for about a half an hour in the ups and downs of those dreary sands, the distance between the two had lengthened, and MacIan was only a tall figure silhouetted for an instant upon the crest of some sand dune, and then disappearing behind it. This rather increased the Robinson Crusoe feeling in Mr. Turnbull, and he looked about almost disconsolately for some sign of life. What sort of life he expected it to be if it appeared, he did not very clearly know. He has since confessed that he thinks that in his subconsciousness he expected an alligator. The first sign of life that he did see, however, was something more extraordinary than the largest alligator. It was nothing less than the notorious Mr. Evan MacIan coming bounding back across the sand heaps breathless, without his cap and keeping the sword in his hand only by a habit now quite hardened. "Take care, Turnbull!" he cried out from a good distance as he ran. "I've seen a native." "A native?" repeated his companion, whose scenery had of late been chiefly of shellfish. "What the deuce! Do you mean an oyster?" "No," said MacIan, stopping and breathing hard. "I mean a savage. A black man." "Why, where did you see him?" asked the staring editor. "Over there, behind that hill," said the gasping MacIan. "He put up his black head and grinned at me." Turnbull thrust his hands through his red hair like one who gives up the world as a bad riddle. "Lord love a duck," said he, "can it be Jamaica?" Then glancing at his companion with a small frown, as of one slightly suspicious, he said, "I say, don't think me rude, but you're a visionary kind of fellow, and then we drank a great deal. Do you mind waiting here while I go and see for myself?" "Shout if you get into trouble," said the Celt with composure. "You'll find it as I say." Turnbull ran off ahead with a rapidity now far greater than his rival's, and soon vanished over the disputed sandhill. Then 5 minutes passed, and then 7 minutes, and MacIan bit his lip and swung his sword, and the other did not reappear. Finally, with a Gaelic oath, Evan started forward to the rescue, and almost at the same moment the small figure of the missing man appeared on the ridge against the sky. Even at that distance, however, there was something odd about his attitude. So odd that MacIan continued to make his way in that direction. It looked as if he were wounded, or, still more, as if he were ill. He wavered as he came down the slope and seemed flinging himself into peculiar postures. But it was only when he came within 3 feet of MacIan's face that that observer of mankind fully realized that Mr. James Turnbull was roaring with laughter. "You are quite right," sobbed that wholly demoralized journalist. "He's black. Oh, there's no doubt the black's all right, as far as it goes." And then he went off again into convulsions of his humorous ailment. "Whatever is the matter with you?" asked MacIan with stern impatience. "Did you see the nigger—" "I saw the nigger," gasped Turnbull. "I saw the splendid barbarian chief. I saw the Emperor of Ethiopia. Oh, I saw him all right. The nigger's hands and face are a lovely colour, and the nigger—" And he was overtaken once more. "Well, well, well," said MacIan, stamping each monosyllable on the sand. "What about the nigger?" "Well, the truth is," said Turnbull suddenly and startlingly, becoming quite grave and precise, "the truth is, the nigger is a Margate nigger, and we are now on the edge of the Isle of Thanet, a few miles from Margate." Then he had a momentary return of his hysteria, and said, "I say, old boy, I should like to see a chart of our fortnight's cruise in Wilkinson's yacht." MacIan had no smile in answer, but his eager lips opened as if parched for the truth. "You mean to say—" he began. "Yes, I mean to say," said Turnbull, "and I mean to say something funnier still. I have learnt everything I wanted to know from the partially black musician over there, who has taken a run in his war paint to meet a friend in a quiet pub along the coast. The noble savage has told me all about it. The bottle containing our declaration, doctrines, and dying sentiments was washed up on Margate beach yesterday in the presence of 1 alderman, 2 bathing machine men, 3 policemen, 7 doctors, and 113 London clerks on a holiday, to all of whom, whether directly or indirectly, our composition gave enormous literary pleasure. Buck up, old man, this story of ours is a switchback. I have begun to understand the pulse and the time of it. Now we are up in a cathedral, and then we are down in a theatre, where they only play farces. Come, I am quite reconciled. Let us enjoy the farce." But MacIan said nothing, and an instant afterwards Turnbull himself called out in an entirely changed voice, "Oh, this is damnable! This is not to be borne!" MacIan followed his eye along the sandhills. He saw what looked like the momentary and waving figure of the nigger minstrel, and then he saw a heavy running policeman take the turn of the sandhill with the smooth solemnity of a railway train. Chapter 13. Recording by Trisha G. Chapter 13 of The Ball and the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ball and the Cross by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 13. The Garden of Peace. Up to this instant Evan MacIan had really understood nothing, but when he saw the policeman he saw everything. He saw his enemies, all the powers and princes of the earth. He suddenly altered from a staring statue to a leaping man of the mountains. "We must break away from him here," he cried briefly, and went like a whirlwind over the sand ridge in a straight line and at a particular angle. When the policeman had finished his admirable railway curve, he found a wall of failing sand between him and the pursued. By the time he had scaled it thrice, slid down twice, and crested it in the third effort, the two flying figures were far in front. They found the sand harder farther on. It began to be crusted with scraps of turf, and in a few moments they were flying easily over an open common of rank sea grass. They had no easy business, however, for the bottle which they had so innocently sent into the chief gate of Thanet had called to life the police of half a county on their trail. From every side across the grey-green common figures could be seen running and closing in, and it was only when MacIan with his big body broke down the tangled barrier of a little wood, as men break down a door with the shoulder, it was only when they vanished crashing into the underworld of the Black Wood, that their hunters were even instantaneously thrown off the scent. At the risk of struggling a little longer like flies in that black web of twigs and trunks, Evan, who had an instinct of the hunter or the hunted, took an incalculable course through the forest, which let them out at last by a forest opening, quite forgotten by the leaders of the chase. They ran a mile or two farther along the edge of the wood until they reached another and somewhat similar opening. Then MacIan stood utterly still and listened, as animals listen, for every sound in the universe. Then he said, "We are quit of them." And Turnbull said, "Where shall we go now?" MacIan looked at the silver sunset that was closing in, barred by plumy lines of purple cloud. He looked at the high tree-tops that caught the last light, and at the birds going heavily homeward, just as if all these things were bits of written advice that he could read. Then he said, "The best place we can go is to bed. If we can get some sleep in this wood, now everyone has cleared out of it, it will be worth a handicap of 200 yards tomorrow." Turnbull, who was exceptionally lively and laughing in his demeanour, kicked his legs about like a schoolboy, and said he did not want to go to sleep. He walked incessantly and talked very brilliantly, and when at last he lay down on the hard earth, sleep struck him senseless like a hammer. Indeed, he needed the strongest sleep he could get, for the earth was still full of darkness and a kind of morning fog when his fellow fugitive shook him awake. "No more sleep, I'm afraid," said Evan in a heavy, almost submissive voice of apology. "They've gone on past us right enough for a good 30 miles, but now they've found out their mistake and they're coming back." "Are you sure?" said Turnbull, sitting up and rubbing his red eyebrows with his hand. The next moment, however, he had jumped up alive and leaping like a man struck with a shock of cold water, and he was plunging after MacIan along the woodland path. The shape of their old friend the constable had appeared against the pearl and pink of the sunrise. Somehow, it always looked a very funny shape when seen against the sunrise. A wash of weary daylight was breaking over the countryside, and the fields and roads were full of white mist, the kind of white mist that clings in corners like cotton wool. The empty road, along which the chase had taken its turn, was overshadowed on one side by a very high discoloured wall, stained and streaked green, as with seaweed, evidently the high-shouldered sentinel of some great gentleman's estate. A yard or two from the wall ran parallel to it a linked and tangled line of lime trees, forming a kind of cloister along the side of the road. It was under this branching colonnade that the two fugitives fled, almost concealed from their pursuers by the twilight, the mist, and the leaping zoetrope of shadows. Their feet, though beating the ground furiously, made but a faint noise, for they had kicked away their boots in the wood. Their long, antiquated weapons made no jingle or clatter, for they had strapped them across their backs like guitars. They had all the advantages that invisibility and silence can add to speed. 150 yards behind them, down the center of the empty road, the first of their pursuers came pounding and panting, a fat but powerful policeman who had distanced all the rest. He came on at a splendid pace for so portly a figure, but like all heavy bodies in motion, he gave the impression that it would be easier for him to increase his pace than to slacken it suddenly. Nothing short of a brick wall could have abruptly brought him up. Turnbull turned his head slightly and found breath to say something to MacIan. MacIan nodded. Pursuer and pursued were fixed in their distance as they fled, for some quarter of a mile, when they came to a place where 2 or 3 of the trees grew twistedly together, making a special obscurity. Past this place the pursuing policeman went thundering without thought or hesitation. But he was pursuing his shadow or the wind, for Turnbull had put one foot in a crack of the tree and gone up it as quickly and softly as a cat. Somewhat more laboriously, but in equal silence, the long legs of the Highlander had followed, and crouching in crucial silence in the cloud of leaves, they saw the whole posse of their pursuers go by and die into the dust and mists of the distance. The white vapor lay, as it often does, in lean and palpable layers, and even the head of the tree was above it in the half daylight, like a green ship swinging on a sea of foam. But higher yet behind them, and readier to catch the first coming of the sun, ran the rampart of the top of the wall, which in their excitement of escape looked at once indispensable and unattainable, like the wall of heaven. Here, however, it was MacIan's turn to have the advantage. For, though less light-limbed and feline, he was longer and stronger in the arms. In 2 seconds he had tugged up his chin over the wall like a horizontal bar. The next he sat astride of it, like a horse of stone. With his assistance Turnbull vaulted to the same perch, and the two began cautiously to shift along the wall in the direction by which they had come, doubling on their tracks to throw off the last pursuit. MacIan could not rid himself of the fancy of bestriding a steed. The long grey coping of the wall shot out in front of him, like the long grey neck of some nightmare Rosinante. He had the quaint thought that he and Turnbull were 2 knights on one steed on the old shield of the Templars. The nightmare of the stone horse was increased by the white fog, which seemed thicker inside the wall than outside. They could make nothing of the enclosure upon which they were partial trespassers, except that the green and crooked branches of a big apple tree came crawling at them out of the mist, like the tentacles of some green cuttlefish. Anything would serve, however, that was likely to confuse their trail, so they both decided without need of words to use this tree also as a ladder of descent. When they dropped from the lowest branch to the ground, their stockinged feet felt hard gravel beneath them. They had alighted in the middle of a very broad garden path, and the clearing mist permitted them to see the edge of a well-clipped lawn. Though the white vapor was still a veil, it was like the gauzy veil of a transformation scene in a pantomime, for through it there glowed shapeless masses of color, masses which might be clouds of sunrise, or mosaics of gold and crimson, or ladies robed in ruby and emerald draperies. As it thinned yet farther, they saw that it was only flowers, but flowers in such insolent mass and magnificence as can seldom be seen out of the tropics. Purple and crimson rhododendrons rose arrogantly, like rampant heraldic animals against their burning background of laburnum gold. The roses were red hot, the clematis was, so to speak, blue hot, and yet the mere whiteness of the syringa seemed the most violent color of all. As the golden sunlight gradually conquered the mists, it had really something of the sensational sweetness of the slow opening of the gates of Eden. MacIan, whose mind was always haunted with such seraphic or titanic parallels, made some such remark to his companion. But Turnbull only cursed, and said that it was the back garden of some damnable rich man. When the last haze had faded from the ordered paths, the open lawns, and the flaming flower beds, the two realized, not without an abrupt re-examination of their position, that they were not alone in the garden. Down the center of the central garden path, preceded by the blue cloud from a cigarette, was walking a gentleman who evidently understood all the relish of a garden in the very early morning. He was a slim yet satisfied figure, clad in a suit of pale grey tweed, so subdued that the pattern was imperceptible; a costume that was casual, but not by any means careless. His face, which was reflective and somewhat over-refined, was the face of a quite elderly man, though his stringy hair and moustache were still quite yellow. A double eyeglass, with a broad black ribbon, drooped from his aquiline nose, and he smiled, as he communed with himself, with a self-content which was rare and almost irritating. The straw panama on his head was many shades shabbier than his clothes, as if he had caught it up by accident. It needed the full shock of the huge shadow of MacIan, falling across his sunlit path, to rouse him from his smiling reverie. When this had fallen on him, he lifted his head a little and blinked at the intruders with short-sighted benevolence, but with far less surprise than might have been expected. He was a gentleman; that is, he had social presence of mind, whether for kindness or for insolence. "Can I do anything for you?" he said at last. MacIan bowed. "You can extend to us your pardon," he said, for he also came of a whole race of gentlemen without shirts to their backs. "I am afraid we are trespassing. We have just come over the wall." "Over the wall?" repeated the smiling old gentleman, still without letting his surprise come uppermost. "I suppose I am not wrong, sir," continued MacIan, "in supposing that these grounds inside the wall belong to you?" The man in the panama looked at the ground and smoked thoughtfully for a few moments, after which he said, with a sort of matured conviction, "Yes, certainly, the grounds inside the wall really belong to me, and the grounds outside the wall too." "A large proprietor, I imagine," said Turnbull, with a truculent eye. "Yes," answered the old gentleman, looking at him with a steady smile, "a large proprietor." Turnbull's eye grew even more offensive, and he began biting his red beard; but MacIan seemed to recognize a type with which he could deal, and continued quite easily. "I am sure that a man like you will not need to be told that one sees and does a good many things that do not get into the newspapers; things which, on the whole, had better not get into the newspapers." The smile of the large proprietor broadened for a moment under his loose, light moustache, and the other continued with increased confidence. "One sometimes wants to have it out with another man. The police won't allow it in the streets, and then there's the county council, and in the fields even nothing's allowed but posters of pills. But in a gentleman's garden, now—" The strange gentleman smiled again and said, easily enough, "Do you want to fight? What do you want to fight about?" MacIan had understood this man pretty well up to that point. An instinct common to all men with the aristocratic tradition of Europe had guided him. He knew that the kind of man who in his own back garden wears good clothes and spoils them with a bad hat is not the kind of man who has an abstract horror of illegal actions of violence or the evasion of the police. But a man may understand ragging and yet be very far from understanding religious ragging. This seeming host of theirs might comprehend a quarrel of husband and lover, or a difficulty at cards, or even escape from a pursuing tailor. But it still remained doubtful whether he would feel the earth fail under him in that earthquake instant when the Virgin is compared to a goddess of Mesopotamia. Evan MacIan, therefore, whose tact was far from being his strong point, felt the necessity for some compromise in the mode of approach. At last he said, and even then with hesitation, "We are fighting about God. There can be nothing so important as that." The tilted eyeglasses of the old gentleman fell abruptly from his nose, and he thrust his aristocratic chin so far forward that his lean neck seemed to shoot out longer like a telescope. "About God?" he queried, in a key completely new. "Look here," cried Turnbull, taking his turn roughly, "I'll tell you what it's all about. I think that there's no God. I take it that it's nobody's business but mine, or God's if there is one. This young gentleman from the Highlands happens to think that it's his business. In consequence, He first takes a walking stick and smashes my shop, then he takes the same walking stick and tries to smash me. To this I naturally object. I suggest that if it comes to that we should both have sticks. He improves on the suggestion and proposes that we should both have steel-pointed sticks. The police, with characteristic unreasonableness, will not accept either of our proposals. The result is that we run about dodging the police and have jumped over your garden wall into your magnificent garden to throw ourselves on your magnificent hospitality." The face of the old gentleman had grown redder and redder during this address, but it was still smiling, and when he broke out it was with a kind of guffaw. "So you really want to fight with drawn swords in my garden," he asked, "about whether there is really a God?" "Why not?" said MacIan, with his simple monstrosity of speech. "All man's worship began when the Garden of Eden was founded." "Yes, by ," said Turnbull with an oath, "and ended when the Zoological Gardens were founded." "In this garden! In my presence!" cried the stranger, stamping up and down the gravel and choking with laughter. "Whether there is a God!" And he went stamping up and down the garden, making it echo with his unintelligible laughter. Then he came back to them, more composed and wiping his eyes. "Why, how small the world is!" he cried at last. "I can settle the whole matter. Why, I am God!" And he suddenly began to kick and wave his well-clad legs about the lawn. "You are what?" repeated Turnbull, in a tone which is beyond description. "Why, God, of course," answered the other, thoroughly amused. "How funny it is to think that you have tumbled over a garden wall and fallen exactly on the right person. You might have gone floundering about in all sorts of churches and chapels and colleges and schools of philosophy looking for some evidence of the existence of God. Why, there is no evidence except seeing him. And now you've seen him. You've seen him dance." And the obliging old gentleman instantly stood on one leg without relaxing at all the grave and cultured benignity of his expression. "I understood that this garden," began the bewildered MacIan. "Quite so, quite so," said the man on one leg, nodding gravely. "I said this garden belonged to me and the land outside it. So they do. So does the country beyond that, and the sea beyond that, and all the rest of the earth. So does the moon. So do the sun and stars." And he added, with a smile of apology, "You see, I am God." Turnbull and MacIan looked at him for one moment with a sort of notion that perhaps he was not too old to be merely playing the fool. But after staring steadily for an instant Turnbull saw the hard and horrible earnestness in the man's eyes behind all his empty animation. Then Turnbull looked very gravely at the strict gravel walls and the gay flower beds and the long rectangular red brick building which the mist had left evident beyond them. Then he looked at MacIan. Almost at the same moment another man came walking quickly round the regal clump of rhododendrons. He had the look of a prosperous banker, wore a good tall silk hat, was almost stout enough to burst the buttons of a fine frock coat. But he was talking to himself, and one of his elbows had a singular outward jerk as he went by. Chapter 14 of the Ball and the Cross. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Ball and the Cross by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 14. A Museum of Souls. The man with the good hat and the jumping elbow went by very quickly, but the man with the bad hat, who thought he was God, overtook him. He ran after him and jumped over a bed of geraniums to catch him. "I beg your Majesty's pardon," he said with mock humility, "but here is a quarrel which you ought really to judge." Then as he led the heavy, silk-hatted man back towards the group, he caught MacIan's ear in order to whisper, "This poor gentleman is mad. He thinks he is Edward VII." At this the self-appointed creator slightly winked. "Of course you won't trust him much. Come to me for everything. But in my position one has to meet so many people. One has to be broad-minded." The big banker in the black frock coat and hat was standing quite grave and dignified on the lawn, save for his slight twitch of one limb, and he did not seem by any means unworthy of the part which the other promptly forced upon him. "My dear fellow," said the man in the straw hat, "these two gentlemen are going to fight a duel of the utmost importance. Your own royal position and my much humbler one surely indicate us as the proper seconds. Seconds. Yes, seconds." And here the speaker was once more shaken with his old malady of laughter. "Yes, you and I are both seconds, and these two gentlemen can obviously fight in front of us. You, he, are the king. I am God. Really, they could hardly have better supporters. They have come to the right place." Then Turnbull, who had been staring with a frown at the fresh turf, burst out with a rather bitter laugh, and cried, throwing his red head in the air, "Yes, by God, MacIan, I think we have come to the right place." And MacIan answered, with an adamantine stupidity, "Any place is the right place where they will let us do it." There was a long stillness, and their eyes involuntarily took in the landscape, as they had taken in all the landscapes of their everlasting combat: the bright, square garden behind the shop, the whole lift and leaning of the side of Hampstead Heath, the little garden of the decadent choked with flowers, the square of sand beside the sea at sunrise. They both felt at the same moment all the breadth and blossoming beauty of that paradise, the colored trees, the natural and restful nooks, and also the great wall of stone, more awful than the wall of China, from which no flesh could flee. Turnbull was moodily balancing his sword in his hand as the other spoke. Then he started, for a mouth whispered quite close to his ear. With a softness incredible in any cat, the huge, heavy man in the black hat and frock coat had crept across the lawn from his own side and was saying in his ear, "Don't trust that second of yours. He's mad, and not so mad either, for he's frightfully cunning and sharp. Don't believe the story he tells you about why I hate him. I know the story he'll tell. I overheard it when the housekeeper was talking to the postman. It's too long to talk about now, and I expect we're watched, but—" Something in Turnbull made him want suddenly to be sick on the grass. The mere healthy and heathen horror of the unclean. The mere inhumane hatred of the inhuman state of madness. He seemed to hear all round him the hateful whispers of that place, innumerable as leaves whispering in the wind, and each of them telling eagerly some evil that had not happened, or some terrific secret which was not true. All the rationalist and plain man revolted within him against bowing down for a moment in that forest of deception and egotistical darkness. He wanted to blow up that palace of delusions with dynamite, and in some wild way, which I will not defend, he tried to do it. He looked across at MacIan and said, "Oh, I can't stand this." "Can't stand what?" asked his opponent, eyeing him doubtfully. "Shall we say the atmosphere?" replied Turnbull. "One can't use uncivil expressions even to a—deity. The fact is, I don't like having God for my second." "Sir," said that being in a state of great offense, "in my position I am not used to having my favors refused. Do you know who I am?" The editor of The Atheist turned upon him like one who has lost all patience, and exploded. "Yes, you are God, aren't you?" he said abruptly. "Why do we have two sets of teeth?" "Teeth?" spluttered the genteel lunatic. "Teeth?" "Yes," cried Turnbull, advancing on him swiftly and with animated gestures. "Why does teething hurt? Why do growing pains hurt? Why are measles catching? Why does a rose have thorns? Why do rhinoceroses have horns? Why is the horn on the top of the nose? Why haven't I a horn on the top of my nose, eh?" And he struck the bridge of his nose smartly with his forefinger to indicate the place of the omission, and then wagged the finger menacingly at the Creator. "I've often wanted to meet you," he resumed sternly after a pause, "to hold you accountable for all the idiocy and cruelty of this muddled and meaningless world of yours. You make 100 seeds, and only one bears fruit. You make a million worlds, and only one seems inhabited. What do you mean by it, eh? What do you mean by it?" The unhappy lunatic had fallen back before this quite novel form of attack, and lifted his burnt-out cigarette almost like one warding off a blow. Turnbull went on like a torrent. "A man died yesterday in Ealing. You murdered him. A girl had the toothache in Croydon. You gave it to her. 50 sailors were drowned off Selsey Bill. You scuttled their ship. What have you got to say for yourself, eh?" The representative of Omnipotence looked as if he had left most of these things to his subordinates. He passed a hand over his wrinkling brow, and said in a voice much saner than any he had yet used: "Well, if you dislike my assistance, of course, perhaps the other gentleman—" "The other gentleman," cried Turnbull, scornfully, "is a submissive and loyal and obedient gentleman. He likes the people who wear crowns, whether of diamonds or of stars. He believes in the divine right of kings, and it is appropriate enough that he should have the king for his second. But it is not appropriate to me that I should have God for my second. God is not good enough. I dislike and deny the divine right of kings. But I dislike more and I deny more the divine right of divinity." Then after a pause in which he swallowed his passion, he said to MacIan, "You have got the right second anyhow." The Highlander did not answer, but stood as if thunderstruck with one long and heavy thought. Then at last he turned abruptly to his second in the silk hat, and said, "Who are you?" The man in the silk hat blinked and bridled in affected surprise, like one who was in truth accustomed to be doubted. "I am King Edward VII," he said with shaky arrogance. "Do you doubt my word?" "I do not doubt it in the least," answered MacIan. "Then why," said the large man in the silk hat, trembling from head to foot, "why do you wear your hat before the king?" "Why should I take it off," retorted MacIan with equal heat, "before a usurper?" Turnbull swung round on his heel. "Well, really," he said, "I thought at least you were a loyal subject." "I am the only loyal subject," answered the Gael. "For nearly 30 years I have walked these islands and have not found another." "You are always hard to follow," remarked Turnbull, genially, "and sometimes so much so as to be hardly worth following." "I alone am loyal," insisted MacIan, "for I alone am in rebellion. I am ready at any instant to restore the Stuarts. I am ready at any instant to defy the Hanoverian brood. And I defy it now, even when face to face with the actual ruler of the enormous British Empire." And folding his arms and throwing back his lean, hawk-like face, he haughtily confronted the man with the formal frock-coat and the eccentric elbow. "What right had you stunted German squires," he cried, "to interfere in a quarrel between Scotch and English and Irish gentlemen? Who made you, whose fathers could not splutter English while they walked in Whitehall, who made you the judge between the Republic of Sydney and the monarchy of Montrose? What had your sires to do with England that they should have the foul offering of the blood of Derwentwater and the heart of Jimmy Dawson? Where are the corpses of Culloden? Where is the blood of Lochiel?" MacIan advanced upon his opponent with a bony and pointed finger, as if indicating the exact pocket in which the blood of that Cameron was probably kept; and Edward VII fell back a few paces in considerable confusion. "What good have you ever done to us?" he continued in harsher and harsher accents, forcing the other back towards the flower beds. "What good have you ever done, you race of German sausages? Yards of barbarian etiquette to throttle the freedom of aristocracy. Gas of northern metaphysics to blow up Broadchurch bishops like balloons. Bad pictures and bad manners, and pantheism, and the Albert Memorial. Go back to Hanover, you humbug! Go to—" Before the end of this tirade the arrogance of the monarch had entirely given way. He had fairly turned tail, and was trundling away down the path. MacIan strode after him, still preaching and flourishing his large lean hands. The other two remained in the center of the lawn, Turnbull in convulsions of laughter, the lunatic in convulsions of disgust. Almost at the same moment a third figure came stepping swiftly across the lawn. The advancing figure walked with a stoop, and yet somehow flung his forked and narrow beard forward. That carefully cut and pointed yellow beard was, indeed, the most emphatic thing about him. When he clasped his hands behind him, under the tails of his coat, he would wag his beard at a man like a big forefinger. It performed almost all his gestures. It was more important than the glittering eyeglasses through which he looked or the beautiful bleating voice in which he spoke. His face and neck were of a lusty red, but lean and stringy. He always wore his expensive gold-rim eyeglasses slightly askew upon his aquiline nose, and he always showed two gleaming foreteeth under his mustache, in a smile so perpetual as to earn the reputation of a sneer. But for the crooked glasses, his dress was always exquisite, and but for the smile he was perfectly and perennially depressed. "Don't you think," said the newcomer, with a sort of supercilious entreaty, "that we had all better come in to breakfast? It is such a mistake to wait for breakfast. It spoils one's temper so much." "Quite so," replied Turnbull, seriously. "There seems almost to have been a little quarreling here," said the man with the goatish beard. "It is a rather long story," said Turnbull, smiling. "Originally, it might be called a phase in the quarrel between science and religion." The newcomer started slightly, and Turnbull replied to the question on his face. "Oh, yes," he said, "I am science." "I congratulate you heartily," answered the other. "I am Dr. Quayle." Turnbull's eyes did not move, but he realized that the man in the Panama hat had lost all his ease of a landed proprietor and had withdrawn to a distance of 30 yards, where he stood glaring with all the contraction of fear and hatred that can stiffen a cat. MacIan was sitting somewhat disconsolately on a stump of tree, his large black head half buried in his large brown hands, when Turnbull strode up to him chewing a cigarette. He did not look up, but his comrade and enemy addressed him like one who must free himself of his feelings. "Well, I hope at any rate," he said, "that you like your precious religion now. I hope you like the society of this poor devil whom your damned tracts and hymns and priests have driven out of his wits. 5 men in this place, they tell me, 5 men in this place who might have been fathers of families, and every one of them thinks he is God the Father. Oh, you may talk about the ugliness of science, but there is no one here who thinks he is protoplasm." "They naturally prefer a bright part," said MacIan wearily. "Protoplasm is not worth going mad about." "At least," said Turnbull savagely, "it was your Jesus Christ who started all this bosh about being God." For one moment MacIan opened the eyes of battle. Then his tightened lips took a crooked smile, and he said quite calmly, "No, the idea is older. It was Satan who first said that he was God." "Then what," asked Turnbull very slowly, as he softly picked a flower, "what is the difference between Christ and Satan?" "It is quite simple," replied the Highlander. "Christ descended into hell. Satan fell into it." "Does it make much odds?" asked the freethinker. "It makes all the odds," said the other. "One of them wanted to go up and went down. The other wanted to go down and went up. A God can be humble, a devil can only be humbled." "Why are you always wanting to humble a man?" asked Turnbull, knitting his brows. "It affects me as ungenerous." "Why were you wanting to humble a God when you found him in this garden?" asked MacIan. "That was an extreme case of impudence," said Turnbull. "Granting the man has almighty pretensions, I think he was very modest," said MacIan. "It is we who are arrogant, who know we are only men. The ordinary man in the street is more of a monster than that poor fellow, for the man in the street treats himself as God Almighty when he knows he isn't. He expects the universe to turn round him, though he knows he isn't the center." "Well," said Turnbull, sitting down on the grass, "this is a digression, anyhow. What I want to point out is, that your faith does end in asylums and my science doesn't." "Doesn't it, by George!" cried MacIan scornfully. "There are a few men here who are mad on God, and a few who are mad on the Bible. But I bet there are many more who are simply mad on madness." "Do you really believe it?" asked the other. "Scores of them, I should say," answered MacIan. "Fellows who have read medical books or fellows whose fathers and uncles had something hereditary in their heads. The whole air they breathe is mad." "All the same," said Turnbull shrewdly, "I bet you haven't found a madman of that sort." "I bet I have," cried Evan with unusual animation. "I've been walking about the garden talking to a poor chap all the morning. He's simply been broken down and driven raving by your damned science. Talk about believing one is God, why, it's quite an old, comfortable fireside fancy compared with the sort of things this fellow believes. He believes that there is a God, but that he is better than God. He says God will be afraid to face him. He says one is always progressing beyond the best. He put his arm in mine and whispered in my ear, as if it were the apocalypse, 'Never trust a God that you can't improve on.'" "What can he have meant?" said the atheist, with all his logic awake. "Obviously one should not trust any God that one can improve on." "It is the way he talks," said MacIan, almost indifferently. "But he says rummier things than that. He says that a man's doctor ought to decide what woman he marries, and he says that children ought not to be brought up by their parents, because a physical partiality will then distort the judgment of the educator." "Oh, dear!" said Turnbull, laughing. "You have certainly come across a pretty hard case, and incidentally proved your own. I suppose some men do lose their wits through science, as through love and other good things." "And he says," went on MacIan monotonously, "that he cannot see why anyone should suppose that a triangle is a three-sided figure. He says that on some higher plane—" Turnbull leapt to his feet as if by an electric shock. "I never could have believed," he cried, "that you had humour enough to tell a lie. You've gone a bit too far, old man, with your little joke. Even in a lunatic asylum there can't be anybody who, having thought out the matter, thinks that a triangle has not got three sides. If he exists he must be a new era in human psychology. But he doesn't exist." "I will go and fetch him," said MacIan calmly. "I left the poor fellow wandering about by the nasturtium bed." MacIan vanished, and in a few moments returned, trailing with him his own discovery among lunatics, who was a slender man with a fixed smile and an unfixed and rolling head. He had a goat-like beard just long enough to be shaken in a strong wind. Turnbull sprang to his feet and was like one who is speechless through choking a sudden shout of laughter. "Why, you great donkey!" he shouted in an ear-shattering whisper. "That's not one of the patients at all. That's one of the doctors." Evan looked back at the leering head with the long pointed beard and repeated the word inquiringly. "One of the doctors?" "Oh, you know what I mean," said Turnbull impatiently. "The medical authorities of the place." Evan was still staring back curiously at the beaming and bearded creature behind him. "The mad doctors," said Turnbull shortly. "Quite so," said MacIan. After a rather restless silence Turnbull plucked MacIan by the elbow and pulled him aside. "For goodness' sake," he said, "don't offend this fellow. He may be as mad as 10 hatters if you like, but he has us between his finger and thumb. This is the very time he appointed to talk with us about our exeat." "But what can it matter?" asked the wondering MacIan. "He can't keep us in the asylum. We're not mad." "Jackass," said Turnbull heartily, "of course we're not mad. Of course if we are medically examined and the thing is thrashed out, they will find we are not mad. But don't you see that if the thing is thrashed out, it will mean letters to this reference and telegrams to that, and that at the first word of who we are, we shall be taken out of a madhouse where we may smoke to a jail where we mayn't. No, if we manage this very quietly, he may merely let us out at the front door as stray revelers. If there's half an hour of inquiry, we are cooked." MacIan looked at the grass frowningly for a few seconds, and then said in a new, small and childish voice, "I am awfully stupid, Mr. Turnbull. You must be patient with me." Turnbull caught Evan's elbow again with quite another gesture. "Come," he cried, with the harsh voice of one who hides emotion. "Come, and let us be tactful in chorus." The doctor with the pointed beard was already slanting it forward at a more than usually acute angle, with the smile that expressed expectancy. "I hope I do not hurry you, gentlemen," he said, with the faintest suggestion of a sneer at their hurried consultation, "but I believe you wanted to see me at 11:30. "I am most awfully sorry, doctor," said Turnbull, with ready amiability. "I never meant to keep you waiting, but the silly accident that has landed us in your garden may have some rather serious consequences to our friends elsewhere, and my friend here was just drawing my attention to some of them." "Quite so, quite so," said the doctor hurriedly. "If you really want to put anything before me, I can give you a few moments in my consulting room." He led them rapidly into a small but imposing apartment, which seemed to be built and furnished entirely in red varnished wood. There was one desk occupied with carefully docketed papers, and there were several chairs of the red varnished wood, though of different shape. All along the wall ran something that might have been a bookcase, only that it was not filled with books, but with flat, oblong slabs or cases of the same polished dark red consistency. What those flat wooden cases were they could form no conception. The doctor sat down with a polite impatience on his professional perch. MacIan remained standing, but Turnbull threw himself almost with luxury into a hard wooden armchair. "This is a most absurd business, doctor," he said, "and I am ashamed to take up the time of busy professional men with such pranks from outside. The plain fact is, that he and I and a pack of silly men and girls have organized a game across this part of the country, a sort of combination of hare and hounds, and hide and seek. I dare say you've heard of it. We are the hares, and, seeing your high wall look so inviting, we tumbled over it, and naturally were a little startled with what we found on the other side." "Quite so," said the doctor mildly. "I can understand that you were startled." Turnbull had expected him to ask what place was the headquarters of the new exhilarating game, and who were the male and female enthusiasts who had brought it to such perfection. In fact, Turnbull was busy making up these personal and topographical particulars. As the doctor did not ask the question, he grew slightly uneasy, and risked the question. "I hope you will accept my assurance that the thing was an accident, and that no intrusion was meant." "Oh, yes, sir," replied the doctor, smiling. "I accept everything that you say." "In that case," said Turnbull, rising genially, "we must not further interrupt your important duties. I suppose there will be someone to let us out?" "No," said the doctor, still smiling steadily and pleasantly. "There will be no one to let you out." "Can we let ourselves out, then?" asked Turnbull, in some surprise. "Why, of course not," said the beaming scientist. "Think how dangerous that would be in a place like this." "Then how the devil are we to get out?" cried Turnbull, losing his manners for the first time. "It is a question of time, of receptivity, and treatment," said the doctor, arching his eyebrows indifferently. "I do not regard either of your cases as incurable." And with that the man of the world was struck dumb, and, as in all intolerable moments, the word was with the unworldly. MacIan took one stride to the table, leant across it, and said, "We can't stop here. We are not mad people." "We don't use the crude phrase," said the doctor, smiling at his patent leather boots. "But you can't think us mad," thundered MacIan. You never saw us before. You know nothing about us. You haven't even examined us." The doctor threw back his head and beard. "Oh, yes," he said, "very thoroughly." "But you can't shut a man up on your mere impressions without documents or certificates or anything." The doctor got languidly to his feet. "Quite so," he said. "You certainly ought to see the documents." He went across to the curious mock bookshelves and took down one of the flat mahogany cases. This he opened with a curious key at his watch chain, and laying back a flap, revealed a squire of foolscap covered with close but quite clear writing. The first 3 words were in such large copybook hand that they caught the eye even at a distance. They were, "MacIan, Evan Stuart." Evan bent his angry eagle face over it, yet something blurred it and he could never swear he saw it distinctly. He saw something that began, "Prenatal influences predisposing to mania. Grandfather believed in return of the Stuarts. Mother carried bone of St. Eulalia, with which she touched children in sickness. Marked religious mania at early age." Evan fell back and fought for his speech. "Oh," he burst out at last, "oh, if all this world I have walked in had been as sane as my mother was!" Then he compressed his temples with his hands, as if to crush them, and then lifted suddenly a face that looked fresh and young, as if he had dipped and washed it in some holy well. "Very well," he cried, "I will take the sour with the sweet. I will pay the penalty of having enjoyed God in this monstrous modern earth that cannot enjoy man or beast. I will die happy in your madhouse, only because I know what I know. Let it be granted, then, MacIan is a mystic. MacIan is a maniac. But this honest shopkeeper and editor whom I have dragged on my inhuman escapades, you cannot keep him. He will go free, thank God. He is not down in any damned document. His ancestor, I am certain, did not die at Culloden. His mother, I swear, had no relics. Let my friend out of your front door, and as for me—" The doctor had already gone across to the laden shelves, and after a few minutes' short-sighted peering, had pulled down another parallelogram of dark red wood. This also he unlocked on the table, and with the same unerring egotistic eye one of the company saw the words, written in large letters, "Turnbull, James." Hitherto Turnbull himself had somewhat scornfully surrendered his part in the whole business, but he was too honest and unaffected not to start at his own name. After the name, the inscription appeared to run, "Unique case of eleutheromania. Parentage, as so often in such cases, prosaic and healthy. Eleutheromaniac signs occurred early, however, leading him to attach himself to the individualist Bradlaugh. Recent outbreak of pure anarchy—" Turnbull slammed the case to, almost smashing it, and said with a burst of savage laughter, "Oh, come along, MacIan. I don't care so much, even about getting out of the madhouse, if only we get out of this room. You were right enough, MacIan, when you spoke about mad doctors." Somehow they found themselves out in the cool, green garden, and then, after a stunned silence, Turnbull said, "There is one thing that was puzzling me all the time, and I understand it now." "What do you mean?" asked Evan. "No man by will or wit," answered Turnbull, "can get out of this garden; and yet we got into it merely by jumping over a garden wall. The whole thing explains itself easily enough. That undefended wall was an open trap. It was a trap laid for 2 celebrated lunatics. They saw us get in right enough; and they will see that we do not get out." Evan gazed at the garden wall gravely for more than a minute, and then he nodded without a word. Chapter 15 of the Ball and the Cross. This recording is in the public domain. The Ball and the Cross by G. K. Chesterton. Chapter 15 The Dream of MacIan The system of espionage in the asylum was so effective and complete that in practice the patients could often enjoy a sense of almost complete solitude. They could stray up so near to the wall in an apparently unwatched garden as to find it easy to jump over it. They would only have found the error of their calculations if they had tried to jump. Under this insulting liberty, in this artificial loneliness, Evan MacIan was in the habit of creeping out into the garden after dark, especially upon moonlit nights. The moon, indeed, was for him always a positive magnet in a manner somewhat hard to explain to those of a robuster attitude. Evidently, Apollo is to the full as poetical as Diana, but it is not a question of poetry in the matured and intellectual sense of the word. It is a question of a certain solid and childish fancy. The sun is in the strict and literal sense invisible, that is to say, that by our bodily eyes it cannot properly be seen. But the moon is a much simpler thing, a naked and nursery sort of thing. It hangs in the sky quite solid and quite silver and quite useless. It is one huge celestial snowball. It was at least some such infantile facts and fancies which led Evan again and again during his dehumanized imprisonment to go out as if to shoot the moon. He was out in the garden on one such luminous and ghostly night, when the steady moonshine toned down all the colors of the garden until almost the strongest tints to be seen were the strong soft blue of the sky and the large lemon moon. He was walking with his face turned up to it in that rather half-witted fashion which might have excused the error of his keepers. And as he gazed, he became aware of something little and lustrous flying close to the lustrous orb, like a bright chip knocked off the moon. At first he thought it was a mere sparkle or refraction in his own eyesight. He blinked and cleared his eyes. Then he thought it was a falling star, only it did not fall. It jerked awkwardly up and down, in a way unknown among meteors and strangely reminiscent of the works of man. The next moment the thing drove right across the moon, and from being silver upon blue, suddenly became black upon silver. Then, although it passed the field of light in a flash, its outline was unmistakable though eccentric. It was a flying ship. The vessel took one long and sweeping curve across the sky and came nearer and nearer to MacIan, like a steam engine coming round a bend. It was of pure white steel, and in the moon it gleamed like the armor of Sir Galahad. The simile of such virginity is not appropriate. For, as it grew larger and larger and lower, Evan saw that the only figure in it was robed in white from head to foot and crowned with snow-white hair, on which the moonshine lay like a benediction. The figure stood so still that he could easily have supposed it to be a statue. Indeed, he thought it was until it spoke. "Evan," said the voice, and it spoke with the simple authority of some forgotten father revisiting his children. "You have remained here long enough, and your sword is wanted elsewhere." "Wanted for what?" asked the young man, accepting the monstrous event with a queer and clumsy naturalness. "What is my sword wanted for?" "For all that you hold dear," said the man standing in the moonlight, "for the thrones of authority, and for all ancient loyalty to law." Evan looked up at the lunar orb again as if in irrational appeal, a mooncalf bleating to his mother the moon. But the face of Luna seemed as witless as his own. There is no help in nature against the supernatural. And he looked again at the tall marble figure that might have been made out of solid moonlight. Then he said in a loud voice, "Who are you?" and the next moment was seized by a sort of choking terror lest his question should be answered. But the unknown preserved an impenetrable silence for a long space, and then only answered, "I must not say who I am until the end of the world, but I may say what I am. I am the law." And he lifted his head so that the moon smote full upon his beautiful and ancient face. The face was the face of a Greek god grown old, but not grown either weak or ugly. There was nothing to break its regularity except a rather long chin with a cleft in it, and this rather added distinction than lessened beauty. His strong, well-opened eyes were very brilliant, but quite colorless, like steel. MacIan was one of those to whom a reverence and self-submission in ritual came quite easy, and are ordinary things. It was not artificial in him to bend slightly to this solemn apparition or to lower his voice when he said, "Do you bring me some message?" "I do bring you a message," answered the man of moon and marble. "The king has returned." Evan did not ask for nor require any explanation. "I suppose you can take me to the war," he said, and the silent silver figure only bowed its head again. MacIan clambered into the silver boat, and it rose upward to the stars. To say that it rose to the stars is no mere metaphor, for the sky had cleared to that occasional and astonishing transparency in which one can see plainly both stars and moon. As the white-robed figure went upward in his white chariot, he said quite quietly to Evan, "There is an answer to all the folly talked about equality. Some stars are big and some small. Some stand still and some circle around them as they stand. They can be orderly, but they cannot be equal." "They are all very beautiful," said Evan, as if in doubt. "They are all beautiful," answered the other, "because each is in his place and owns his superior. And now England will be beautiful after the same fashion. The earth will be as beautiful as the heavens, because our kings have come back to us." "The Stuart—" began Evan, earnestly. "Yes," answered the old man, "that which has returned is Stuart, and yet older than Stuart. It is Capet and Plantagenet and Pendragon. It is all that good old time of which proverbs tell, that golden reign of Saturn against which gods and men were rebels. It is all that was ever lost by insolence, and overwhelmed in rebellion. It is your own forefather, MacIan with the broken sword, bleeding without hope at Culloden. It is Charles refusing to answer the questions of the rebel court. It is Mary of the magic face confronting the gloomy and grasping peers and the boorish moralities of Knox. It is Richard, the last Plantagenet, giving his crown to Bolingbroke as to a common brigand. It is Arthur overwhelmed in Lyonesse by heathen armies and dying in the mist, doubtful if ever he shall return." "But now," said Evan in a low voice. "But now," said the old man, "he has returned." "Is the war still raging?" asked MacIan. "It rages like the pit itself beyond the sea whither I am taking you," answered the other. "But in England the king enjoys his own again. The people are once more taught and ruled as is best. They are happy knights, happy squires, happy servants, happy serfs if you will, but free at last of that load of vexation and lonely vanity which was called being a citizen." "Is England indeed so secure?" asked Evan. "Look out and see," said the guide. "I fancy you have seen this place before." They were driving through the air towards one region of the sky where the hollow of night seemed darkest, and which was quite without stars. But against this black background there sprang up, picked out in glittering silver, a dome and a cross. It seemed that it was really newly covered with silver, which in the strong moonlight was like white flame. But, however, covered or painted, Evan had no difficulty in knowing the place again. He saw the great thoroughfare that sloped upward to the base of its huge pedestal of steps, and he wondered whether the little shop was still by the side of it, and whether its window had been mended. As the flying ship swept round the dome he observed other alterations. The dome had been redecorated so as to give it a more solemn and somewhat more ecclesiastical note. The ball was draped or destroyed, and round the gallery under the cross ran what looked like a ring of silver statues, like the little leaden images that stood round the hat of Louis XI. Round the second gallery at the base of the dome ran a second rank of such images, and Evan thought there was another round the steps below. When they came closer he saw that they were figures in complete armor of steel or silver, each with a naked sword, point upward. And then he saw one of the swords move. These were not statues, but an armed order of chivalry thrown in 3 circles round the cross. MacIan drew in his breath, as children do at anything they think utterly beautiful. for he could imagine nothing that so echoed his own visions of pontifical or chivalric art as this white dome sitting like a vast silver tiara over London, ringed with a triple crown of swords. As they went sailing down Ludgate Hill, Evan saw that the state of the streets fully answered his companion's claim about the reintroduction of order. All the old black-coated bustle with its cockney vivacity and vulgarity had disappeared. Groups of labourers, quietly but picturesquely clad, were passing up and down in sufficiently large numbers, but it required but a few mounted men to keep the streets in order. The mounted men were not common policemen, but knights with spurs and plume, whose smooth and splendid armour glittered like diamond rather than steel. Only in one place, at the corner of Bovary Street, did there appear to be a moment's confusion, and that was due to hurry rather than resistance. But one old grumbling man did not get out of the way quick enough, and the man on horseback struck him, not severely, across the shoulders with the flat of his sword. "The soldier had no business to do that," said MacIan sharply. "The old man was moving as quickly as he could." "We attach great importance to discipline in the streets," said the man in white with a slight smile. "Discipline is not so important as justice," said MacIan. The other did not answer. Then after a swift silence that took them out across St. James's Park, he said, "The people must be taught to obey. They must learn their own ignorance. And I am not sure," he continued, turning his back on Evan and looking out of the prow of the ship into the darkness, "I am not sure that I agree with your little maxim about justice. Discipline for the whole society is surely more important than justice to an individual." Evan, who was also leaning over the edge, swung round with startling suddenness and stared at the other's back. "Discipline for society," he repeated, very staccato. "More important, justice to individual?" Then after a long silence he called out, "Who and what are you?" "I am an angel," said the white-robed figure without turning round. "You are not a Catholic," said MacIan. The other seemed to take no notice, but reverted to the main topic. "In our armies up in heaven we learn to put a wholesome fear into subordinates." MacIan sat craning his neck forward with an extraordinary and unaccountable eagerness. "Go on," he cried, twisting and untwisting his long bony fingers. "Go on." "Besides," continued he in the prow, "you must allow for a certain high spirit and haughtiness in the superior type." "Go on," said Evan with burning eyes. "Just as the sight of sin offends God," said the unknown, "so does the sight of ugliness offend Apollo. The beautiful and princely must, of necessity, be impatient with the squalid and—" "Why, you great fool!" cried MacIan, rising to the top of his tremendous stature, "did you think I would have doubted only for that rap with a sword? I know that noble orders have bad knights, that good knights have bad tempers, that the church has rough priests and coarse cardinals. I have known it ever since I was born. You fool, you had only to say, 'Yes, it is rather a shame,' and I would have forgotten the affair. But I saw in your mouth the twitch of your infernal sophistry. I knew that something was wrong with you and your cathedrals. Something is wrong. Everything is wrong. You are not an angel. That is not a church. It is not the rightful king who has come home." "That is unfortunate," said the other, in a quiet but hard voice, "because you are going to see his majesty." "No," said MacIan, "I am going to jump over the side." "Do you desire death?" "No," said Evan, quite composedly, "I desire a miracle." "From whom do you ask it? To whom do you appeal?" said his companion, sternly. "You have betrayed the king, renounced his cross on the cathedral, and insulted an archangel." "I appeal to God," said Evan, and sprang up and stood upon the edge of the swaying ship. The being in the prow turned slowly round. He looked at Evan with eyes which were like two suns, and put his hand to his mouth just too late to hide an awful smile. "And how do you know," he said, "how do you know that I am not God?" MacIan screamed. "Ah!" he cried, "now I know who you really are. You are not God, you are not one of God's angels, but you were once." The being's hand dropped from his mouth, and Evan dropped out of the car. End of chapter 15. Recording by Trisha G. Chapter 16 of The Ball and the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ball and the Cross by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 16. The Dream of Turnbull. Turnbull was walking rather rampantly up and down the garden on a gusty evening, chewing his cigar, and in that mood when every man suppresses an instinct to spit. He was not, as a rule, a man much acquainted with moods, and the storms and sunbursts of MacIan's soul passed before him as an impressive but unmeaning panorama, like the anarchy of Highland scenery. Turnbull was one of those men in whom a continuous appetite and industry of the intellect leave the emotions very simple and steady. His heart was in the right place, but he was quite content to leave it there. It was his head that was his hobby. His mornings and evenings were marked not by impulses, or thirsty desires, not by hope, or by heartbreak. They were filled with the fallacies he had detected, the problems he had made plain, the adverse theories he had wrestled with and thrown, the grand generalizations he had justified. But even the cheerful inner life of a logician may be upset by a lunatic asylum, to say nothing of whiffs of memory from a lady in Jersey, and the little red-bearded man on this windy evening was in a dangerous frame of mind. Plain and positive as he was, the influence of earth and sky may have been greater on him than he imagined, and the weather that walked the world at that moment was as red and angry as Turnbull. Long strips and swirls of tattered and tawny cloud were dragged downward to the west exactly as torn red raiment would be dragged. And so strong and pitiless was the wind that it whipped away fragments of red flowering bushes or of copper beech, and drove them also across the garden, a drift of red leaves, like the leaves of autumn, as in parody of the red and driven rags of cloud. There was a sense in earth and heaven as of everything breaking up, and all the revolutionist in Turnbull rejoiced that it was breaking up. The trees were breaking up under the wind, even in the tall strength of their bloom. The clouds were breaking up and losing even their large heraldic shapes. Shards and shreds of copper cloud split off continually and floated by themselves, and for some reason the truculent eye of Turnbull was attracted to one of these careering cloudlets, which seemed to him to career in an exaggerated manner. Also it kept its shape, which is unusual with clouds shaken off. Also its shape was of an odd sort. Turnbull continued to stare at it, and in a little time occurred that crucial instant when a thing, however incredible, is accepted as a fact. The copper cloud was tumbling down towards the earth like some gigantic leaf from the copper beeches. And as it came nearer it was evident, first, that it was not a cloud, and, second, that it was not itself of the color of copper. Only, being burnished like a mirror, it had reflected the red-brown colors of the burning clouds. As the thing whirled like a wind-swept leaf down towards the wall of the garden, it was clear that it was some sort of airship made of metal, and slapping the air with big broad fins of steel. When it came about 100 feet above the garden, a shaggy, lean figure leapt up in it, almost black against the bronze and scarlet of the west, and, flinging out a kind of hook or anchor, cut on to the golden apple-tree just under the wall; and from that fixed holding-ground the ship swung in the red tempest like a captive balloon. While our friend stood frozen for an instant by his astonishment, the queer figure in the airy car tipped the vehicle almost upside down by leaping over the side of it, seemed to slide or drop down the rope like a monkey, and alighted, with impossible precision and placidity, seated on the edge of the wall, over which he kicked and dangled his legs as he grinned at Turnbull. The wind roared in the trees yet more ruinous and desolate. The red tails of the sunset were dragged downward like red dragons sucked down to death, and still on the top of the asylum wall sat the sinister figure with the grimace, swinging his feet in tune with the tempest. while above him, at the end of its tossing or tightened cord, the enormous iron airship floated as light and as little noticed as a baby's balloon upon its string. Turnbull's first movement after 60 motionless seconds was to turn round and look at the large, luxuriant parallelogram of the garden and the long, low rectangular building beyond. There was not a soul or a stir of life within sight, and he had a quite meaningless sensation, as if there never had really been any one else there except he since the foundation of the world. Stiffening in himself the masculine but mirthless courage of the atheist, he drew a little nearer to the wall and, catching the man at a slightly different angle of the evening light, could see his face and figure quite plain. Two facts about him stood out in the picked colors of some piratical schoolboy's story. The first was that his lean brown body was bare to the belt of his loose white trousers. The other was that through hygiene, affectation, or whatever other cause, he had a scarlet handkerchief tied tightly but somewhat aslant across his brow. After these two facts had become emphatic, others appeared sufficiently important. One was that under the scarlet rag the hair was plentiful, but white as with the last snows of mortality. Another was that under the mop of white and senile hair the face was strong, handsome, and smiling, with a well-cut profile and a long cloven chin. The length of this lower part of the face and the strange cleft in it, which gave the man, in quite another sense from the common one, a double chin, faintly spoilt the claim of the face to absolute regularity, but it greatly assisted it in wearing the expression of half-smiling and half-sneering arrogance with which it was staring at all the stones, all the flowers, but especially at the solitary man. "What do you want?" shouted Turnbull. "I want you, Jimmy," said the eccentric man on the wall, and with the very word he had let himself down with a leap on to the center of the lawn, where he bounded once literally like an India rubber ball, and then stood grinning with his legs astride. The only three facts that Turnbull could now add to his inventory were that the man had an ugly-looking knife swinging at his trousers belt, that his brown feet were as bare as his bronze trunk and arms, and that his eyes had a singular bleak brilliancy which was of no particular color. "Excuse my not being in evening dress," said the newcomer with an urbane smile. "We scientific men, you know, I have to work my own engines, electrical engineer, very hot work." "Look here," said Turnbull, sturdily clenching his fists in his trousers pockets, "I am bound to expect lunatics inside these four walls, but I do bar their coming from outside, bang out of the sunset clouds." "And yet you came from the outside too, Jim," said the stranger in a voice almost affectionate. "What do you want?" asked Turnbull, with an explosion of temper as sudden as a pistol shot. "I have already told you," said the man, lowering his voice and speaking with evident sincerity. "I want you." "What do you want with me?" "I want exactly what you want," said the newcomer with a new gravity. "I want the revolution." Turnbull looked at the fire-swept sky and the wind-stricken woodlands, and kept on repeating the word voicelessly to himself, the word that did indeed so thoroughly express his mood of rage as it had been among those red clouds and rocking tree-tops. "Revolution," he said to himself. "The revolution. Yes, that is what I want right enough. Anything so long as it is a revolution." To some cause he could never explain, he found himself completing the sentence on the top of the wall, having automatically followed the stranger so far. But when the stranger silently indicated the rope that led to the machine, he found himself pausing and saying, "I can't leave MacIan behind in this den." "We are going to destroy the Pope and all the kings," said the newcomer. "Would it be wiser to take him with us?" Somehow the muttering Turnbull found himself in the flying ship also, and it swung up into the sunset. "All the great rebels have been very little rebels," said the man with the red scarf. "They have been like fourth form boys who sometimes venture to hit a fifth form boy. That was all the worth of their French Revolution and regicide. The boys never really dared to defy the schoolmaster." "Whom do you mean by the schoolmaster?" asked Turnbull. "You know whom I mean," answered the strange man, as he lay back on cushions and looked up into the angry sky. They seemed rising into stronger and stronger sunlight, as if it were sunrise rather than sunset. But when they looked down at the earth they saw it growing darker and darker. The lunatic asylum in its large rectangular grounds spread below them in a foreshortened and infantile plan, and looked for the first time the grotesque thing that it was. But the clear colors of the plan were growing darker every moment. The masses of rose or rhododendron deepened from crimson to violet. The maze of gravel pathways faded from gold to brown. By the time they had risen a few hundred feet higher, nothing could be seen of that darkening landscape except the lines of lighted windows, each one of which, at least, was the light of one lost intelligence. But on them as they swept upward better and braver winds seemed to blow, and on them the ruby light of evening seemed struck, and splashed like red spurts from the grapes of Dionysus. Below them the fallen lights were literally the fallen stars of servitude, and above them all the red and raging clouds were like the leaping flags of liberty. The man with the cloven chin seemed to have a singular power of understanding thoughts, for, as Turnbull felt the whole universe tilt and turn over his head, the stranger said exactly the right thing. "Doesn't it seem as if everything were being upset?" said he. "And if once everything is upset, he will be upset on top of it." Then, as Turnbull made no answer, his host continued: "That is the really fine thing about space. It is topsy-turvy. You have only to climb far enough towards the morning star to feel that you are coming down to it. You have only to dive deep enough into the abyss to feel that you are rising. That is the only glory of this universe. It is a giddy universe." Then, as Turnbull was still silent, he added: "The heavens are full of revolution. Of the real sort of revolution. All the high things are sinking low, and all the big things looking small. All the people who think they are aspiring find that they are falling head foremost, and all the people who think they are condescending find that they are climbing up a precipice. That is the intoxication of space. That is the only joy of eternity, doubt. There is only one pleasure the angels can possibly have in flying, and that is that they do not know whether they are on their head or their heels." Then, finding his companion still mute, he fell himself into a smiling and motionless meditation, at the end of which he said suddenly: "So MacIan converted you?" Turnbull sprang up as if spurning the steel car from under his feet. "Converted me!" he cried. "What the devil do you mean? I have known him for a month, and I have not retracted a single—" "This Catholicism is a curious thing," said the man of the cloven chin in uninterrupted reflectiveness, leaning his elegant elbows over the edge of the vessel. "It soaks and weakens men without their knowing it, just as I fear it has soaked and weakened you." Turnbull stood in an attitude which might well have meant pitching the other man out of the flying ship. "I am an atheist," he said in a stifled voice. "I have always been an atheist. I am still an atheist." Then, addressing the other's indolent and indifferent back, he cried: "In God's name, what do you mean?" And the other answered without turning around: "I mean nothing in God's name." Turnbull spat over the edge of the car and fell back furiously into his seat. The other continued still unruffled, and staring over the edge idly as an angler stares down at a stream. "The truth is that we never thought that you could have been caught," he said. "We counted on you as the one red-hot revolutionary left in the world. But, of course, these men like MacIan are awfully clever, especially when they pretend to be stupid." Turnbull leapt up again in a living fury and cried: "What have I got to do with MacIan? I believe all I ever believed, and disbelieve all I ever disbelieved. What does all this mean, and what do you want with me here?" Then for the first time the other lifted himself from the edge of the car and faced him. "I have brought you here," he answered, "to take part in the last war of the world." "The last war!" repeated Turnbull, even in his dazed state a little touchy about such a dogma. "How do you know it will be the last?" The man laid himself back in his reposeful attitude and said, "It is the last war, because if it does not cure the world forever, it will destroy it." "What do you mean?" "I only mean what you mean," answered the unknown in a temperate voice. "What was it that you always meant on those 1,000,001 nights when you walked outside your Ludgate Hill shop and shook your hand in the air?" "Still I do not see," said Turnbull, stubbornly. "You will soon," said the other, and abruptly bent downward one iron handle of his huge machine. The engine stopped, stooped, and dived almost as deliberately as a man bathing. In their downward rush they swept within 50 yards of a big bulk of stone that Turnbull knew only too well. The last red anger of the sunset was ended. The dome of heaven was dark. The lanes of flaring light in the streets below hardly lit up the base of the building. But he saw that it was St. Paul's Cathedral, and he saw that on the top of it the ball was still standing erect, but the cross was stricken and had fallen sideways. Then only he cared to look down into the streets, and saw that they were inflamed with uproar and tossing passions. "We arrive at a happy moment," said the man steering the ship. "The insurgents are bombarding the city, and the cannon ball has just hit the cross. Many of the insurgents are simple people, and they naturally regard it as a happy omen." "Quite so," said Turnbull in a rather colourless voice. "Yes," replied the other, "I thought you would be glad to see your prayer answered. Of course I apologize for the word prayer." "Don't mention it," said Turnbull. The flying ship had come down upon a sort of curve, and was now rising again. The higher and higher it rose, the broader and broader became the scenes of flame and desolation underneath. Ludgate Hill indeed had been an uncaptured and comparatively quiet height, altered only by the startling coincidence of the cross fallen awry. All the other thoroughfares on all sides of that hill were full of the pulsation and the pain of battle, full of shaking torches and shouting faces. When at length they had risen high enough to have a bird's eye view of the whole campaign, Turnbull was already intoxicated. He had smelt gunpowder, which was the incense of his own revolutionary religion. "Have the people really risen?" he asked, breathlessly. "What are they fighting about?" "The programme is rather elaborate," said his entertainer with some indifference. "I think Dr. Hertz drew it up." Turnbull wrinkled his forehead. "Are all the poor people with the revolution?" he asked. The other shrugged his shoulders. "All the instructed and class-conscious part of them without exception," he replied. "There were certainly a few districts, in fact, we are passing over them just now." Turnbull looked down and saw that the polished car was literally lit up from underneath by the far-flung fires from below. Underneath, whole squares and solid districts were in flames, like prairies or forests on fire. "Dr. Hertz has convinced everybody," said Turnbull's cicerone in a smooth voice, "that nothing can really be done with the real slums. His celebrated maxim has been quite adopted. I mean the 3 celebrated sentences: no man should be unemployed. Employ the employables, destroy the unemployables." There was a silence, and then Turnbull said in a rather strained voice, "And do I understand that this good work is going on under here?" "Going on splendidly," replied his companion in the heartiest voice. "You see, these people were much too tired and weak even to join the social war. They were a definite hindrance to it." "And so you are simply burning them out?" "It does seem absurdly simple," said the man with a beaming smile, "when one thinks of all the worry and talk about helping a hopeless slave population, when the future obviously was only crying to be rid of them. There are happy babes unborn ready to burst the doors when these drivellers are swept away." "Will you permit me to say," said Turnbull after reflection, "that I don't like all this?" "And will you permit me to say," said the other with a snap, "that I don't like Mr. Evan MacIan?" Somewhat to the speaker's surprise, this did not inflame the sensitive skeptic. He had the air of thinking thoroughly, and then he said, "No, I don't think it's my friend MacIan that taught me that. I think I should always have said that I don't like this. These people have rights." "Rights!" repeated the unknown in a tone quite indescribable. Then he added with a more open sneer, "Perhaps they also have souls." "They have lives," said Turnbull, sternly. "That is quite enough for me. I understood you to say that you thought life sacred." "Yes, indeed!" cried his mentor with a sort of idealistic animation. "Yes, indeed, life is sacred, but lives are not sacred. We are improving life by removing lives. Can you, as a free thinker, find any fault in that?" "Yes," said Turnbull with brevity. "Yet you applaud tyrannicide," said the stranger with rationalistic gaiety. "How inconsistent! It really comes to this. You approve of taking away life from those to whom it is a triumph and a pleasure. But you will not take away life from those to whom it is a burden and a toil." Turnbull rose to his feet in the car with considerable deliberation, but his face seemed oddly pale. The other went on with enthusiasm. "Life, yes, life is indeed sacred," he cried, "but new lives for old, good lives for bad. On that very place where now there sprawls one drunken wastrel of a pavement artist, more or less wishing he were dead, on that very spot there shall in the future be living pictures. There shall be golden girls and boys leaping in the sun." Turnbull, still standing up, opened his lips. "Will you put me down, please?" he said quite calmly, like on stopping an omnibus. "Put you down? What do you mean?" cried his leader. "I am taking you to the front of the Revolutionary War, where you will be one of the first of the revolutionary leaders." "Thank you," replied Turnbull with the same painful constraint. "I have heard about your Revolutionary War, and I think on the whole that I would rather be anywhere else." "Do you want to be taken to a monastery?" snarled the other, "with MacIan and his winking Madonnas?" "I want to be taken to a madhouse," said Turnbull distinctly, giving the direction with a sort of precision. "I want to go back to exactly the same lunatic asylum from which I came." "Why?" asked the unknown. "Because I want a little sane and wholesome society," answered Turnbull. There was a long and peculiar silence, and then the man driving the flying machine said quite coolly, "I won't take you back." And then Turnbull said equally coolly, "Then I'll jump out of the car." The unknown rose to his full height, and the expression in his eyes seemed to be made of ironies behind ironies, as two mirrors infinitely reflect each other. At last he said, very gravely, "Do you think I am the devil?" "Yes," said Turnbull violently, "for I think the devil is a dream, and so are you. I don't believe in you or your flying ship, or your last fight of the world. It is all a nightmare. I say as a fact of dogma and faith that it is all a nightmare. And I will be a martyr for my faith as much as St. Catherine, for I will jump out of this ship and risk waking up safe in bed." After swaying twice with the swaying vessel, he dived over the side as one dives into the sea. For some incredible moments stars and space and planets seemed to shoot up past him as the sparks fly upward, and yet in that sickening descent he was full of some unnatural happiness. He could connect it with no idea except one that half escaped him, what Evan had said of the difference between Christ and Satan, that it was by Christ's own choice that he descended into hell. When he again realized anything, he was lying on his elbow on the lawn of the lunatic asylum, and the last red of the sunset had not yet disappeared. Chapter 17 of the Ball and the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ball and the Cross by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 17 The Idiot. Evan MacIan was standing a few yards off looking at him in absolute silence. He had not the moral courage to ask MacIan if there had been anything astounding in the manner of his coming there, nor did MacIan seem to have any question to ask, or perhaps any need to ask it. The two men came slowly towards each other, and found the same expression on each other's faces. Then for the first time in all their acquaintance they shook hands. Almost as if this were a kind of unconscious signal, it brought Dr. Quayle bounding out of a door and running across the lawn. "Oh, there you are!" he exclaimed with a relieved giggle. "Will you come inside, please? I want to speak to you both." They followed him into his shiny wooden office where their damning record was kept. Dr. Quayle sat down on a swivel chair and swung round to face them. His carved smile had suddenly disappeared. "I will be plain with you, gentlemen," he said abruptly. "You know quite well we do our best for everybody here. Your cases have been under special consideration, and the master himself has decided that you ought to be treated specially, and under somewhat simpler conditions." "You mean treated worse, I suppose," said Turnbull gruffly. The doctor did not reply, and MacIan said, "I expected this." His eyes had begun to glow. The doctor answered, looking at his desk and playing with the key, "Well, in certain cases that give anxiety it is often better—" "Give anxiety!" said Turnbull fiercely. "Confound your impudence! What do you mean? You imprison two perfectly sane men in a madhouse because you have made up a long word. They take it in good temper, walk and talk in your garden like monks who have found a vocation, are civil even to you, you damned druggist's hack. Behave not only more sanely than any of your patients, but more sanely than half the sane men outside, and you have the soul-stifling cheek to say that they give anxiety." "The head of the asylum has settled it all," said Dr. Quayle, still looking down. MacIan took one of his immense strides forward and stood over the doctor with flaming eyes. "If the head has settled it, let the head announce it," he said. "I won't take it from you. I believe you to be a low, gibbering degenerate. Let us see the head of the asylum." "See the head of the asylum!" repeated Dr. Quayle. "Certainly not." The tall Highlander, bending over him, put one hand on his shoulder with fatherly interest. "You don't seem to appreciate the peculiar advantages of my position as a lunatic," he said. "I could kill you with my left hand before such a rat as you could so much as squeak, and I wouldn't be hanged for it." "I certainly agree with Mr. MacIan," said Turnbull with sobriety and perfect respectfulness, "that you had better let us see the head of the institution." Dr. Quayle got to his feet in a mixture of sudden hysteria and clumsy presence of mind. "Oh, certainly," he said with a weak laugh. "You can see the head of the asylum if you particularly want to." He almost ran out of the room, and the two followed swiftly on his flying coat tails. He knocked at an ordinary varnished door in the corridor. When a voice said, "Come in," MacIan's breath went hissing back through his teeth into his chest. Turnbull was more impetuous and opened the door. It was a neat and well-appointed room entirely lined with a medical library. At the other end of it was a ponderous and polished desk with an incandescent lamp on it, the light of which was just sufficient to show a slender, well-bred figure in an ordinary medical black frock-coat, whose head, quite silvered with age, was bent over neat piles of notes. This gentleman looked up for an instant as they entered, and the lamplight fell on his glittering spectacles and long, clean-shaven face, a face which would have been simply like an aristocrat's, but that a certain lion poise of the head and long cleft in the chin made it look more like a very handsome actor's. It was only for a flash that his face was thus lifted. Then he bent his silver head over his notes once more, and said, without looking up again, "I told you, Dr. Quayle, that these men were to go to cells B and C." Turnbull and MacIan looked at each other and said more than they could ever say with tongues or swords. Among other things, they said that to that particular head of the institution it was a waste of time to appeal, and they followed Dr. Quayle out of the room. The instant they stepped out into the corridor, four sturdy figures stepped from four sides, pinioned them, and ran them along the galleries. They might very likely have thrown their captors right and left had they been inclined to resist, but for some nameless reason they were more inclined to laugh. A mixture of mad irony with childish curiosity made them feel quite inclined to see what next twist would be taken by their imbecile luck. They were dragged down countless cold avenues lined with glazed tiles, different only in being of different lengths and set at different angles. They were so many and so monotonous that to escape back by them would have been far harder than fleeing from the Hampton Court maze. Only the fact that windows grew fewer, coming at longer intervals, and the fact that when the windows did come they seemed shadowed and let in less light, showed that they were winding into the core or belly of some enormous building. After a little time the glazed corridors began to be lit by electricity. At last, when they had walked nearly a mile in those white and polished tunnels, they came with quite a shock to the futile finality of a cul-de-sac. All that white and weary journey ended suddenly in an oblong space and a blank white wall. But in the white wall there were two iron doors painted white, on which were written respectively, in neat black capitals, B and C. "You go in here, sir," said the leader of the officials, quite respectfully, "and you in here." But before the doors had clanged upon their dazed victims, MacIan had been able to say to Turnbull with a strange drawl of significance, "I wonder who A is." Turnbull made an automatic struggle before he allowed himself to be thrown into the cell. Hence it happened that he was the last to enter, and was still full of the exhilaration of the adventures for at least 5 minutes after the echo of the clanging door had died away. Then, when silence had sunk deep and nothing happened for 2½ hours, it suddenly occurred to him that this was the end of his life. He was hidden and sealed up in this little crack of stone until the flesh should fall off his bones. He was dead, and the world had won. His cell was of an oblong shape, but very long in comparison with its width. It was just wide enough to permit the arms to be fully extended with the dumb-bells, which were hung up on the left wall, very dusty. It was, however, long enough for a man to walk 1/35th part of a mile if he traversed it entirely. On the same principle a row of fixed holes, quite close together, let into those cells by pipes what was alleged to be the freshest air. For these great scientific organizers insisted that a man should be healthy even if he was miserable. They provided a walk long enough to give him exercise and holes large enough to give him oxygen. There their interest in human nature suddenly ceased. It seemed never to have occurred to them that the benefit of exercise belongs partly to the benefit of liberty. They had not entertained the suggestion that the open air is only one of the advantages of the open sky. They administered air in secret, but in sufficient doses, as if it were a medicine. They suggested walking, as if no man had ever felt inclined to walk. Above all, the asylum authorities insisted on their own extraordinary cleanliness. Every morning, while Turnbull was still half asleep on his iron bedstead which was lifted halfway up the wall and clamped to it with iron, 4 sluices or metal mouths opened above him at the 4 corners of the chamber and washed it white of any defilement. Turnbull's solitary soul surged up against this sickening daily solemnity. "I am buried alive!" he cried bitterly. "They have hidden me under mountains. I shall be here till I rot. Why the blazes should it matter to them whether I am dirty or clean?" Every morning and evening an iron hatchway opened in his oblong cell, and a brown hairy hand or two thrust in a plate of perfectly cooked lentils and a big bowl of cocoa. He was not underfed any more than he was under-exercised or asphyxiated. He had ample walking space, ample air, ample and even filling food. The only objection was that he had nothing to walk towards, nothing to feast about, and no reason whatever for drawing the breath of life. Even the shape of his cell especially irritated him. It was a long, narrow parallelogram, which had a flat wall at one end and ought to have had a flat wall at the other. But that end was broken by a wedge or angle of space, like the prow of a ship. After 3 days of silence and cocoa, this angle at the end began to infuriate Turnbull. It maddened him to think that two lines came together and pointed at nothing. After the 5th day he was reckless and poked his head into the corner. After 25 days he almost broke his head against it. Then he became quite cool and stupid again and began to examine it like a sort of Robinson Crusoe. Almost unconsciously it was his instinct to examine outlets, and he found himself paying particular attention to the row of holes which let in the air into his last house of life. He soon discovered that these air holes were all the ends and mouths of long leaden tubes which doubtless carried air from some remote watering place near Margate. One evening while he was engaged in the 5th investigation he noticed something like twilight in one of these dumb mouths, as compared with the darkness of the others. Thrusting his finger in as far as it would go, he found a hole and flapping edge in the tube. This he rent open, and instantly saw a light behind. It was at least certain that he had struck some other cell. It is a characteristic of all things now called efficient, which means mechanical and calculated, that if they go wrong at all, they go entirely wrong. There is no power of retrieving a defeat as in simpler and more living organisms. A strong gun can conquer a strong elephant, but a wounded elephant can easily conquer a broken gun. Thus the Prussian monarchy in the 18th century, or now, can make a strong army merely by making the men afraid. But it does it with the permanent possibility that the men may some day be more afraid of their enemies than of their officers. Thus the drainage in our cities, so long as it is quite solid, means a general safety, but if there is one leak it means concentrated poison, an explosion of deathly germs like dynamite, a spirit of stink. Thus, indeed, all that excellent machinery which is the swiftest thing on earth in saving human labor is also the slowest thing on earth in resisting human interference. It may be easier to get chocolate for nothing out of a shopkeeper than out of an automatic machine, but if you did manage to steal the chocolate, the automatic machine would be much less likely to run after you. Turnbull was not long in discovering this truth in connection with the cold and colossal machinery of this great asylum. He had been shaken by many spiritual states since the instant when he was pitched head foremost into that private cell which was to be his private room till death. He had felt a high fit of pride and poetry, which had ebbed away and left him deadly cold. He had known a period of mere scientific curiosity, in the course of which he examined all the tiles of his cell, with the gratifying conclusion that they were all the same shape and size, but was greatly puzzled about the angle in the wall at the end, and also about an iron peg or spike that stood out from the wall, the object of which he does not know to this day. When he had a period of mere madness not to be written of by decent men, but only by those few dirty novelists hallooed on by the infernal huntsman to hunt down and humiliate human nature. This also passed, but left behind it a feverish distaste for many of the mere objects around him. Long after he had returned to sanity and such hopeless cheerfulness as a man might have on a desert island, he disliked the regular squares of the pattern of wall and floor and the triangle that terminated his corridor. Above all, he had a hatred, deep as the hell he did not believe in, for the objectless iron peg in the wall. But in all his moods, sane or insane, intolerant or stoical, he never really doubted this, that the machine held him as light and as hopelessly as he had from his birth been held by the hopeless cosmos of his own creed. He knew well the ruthless and inexhaustible resources of our scientific civilization. He no more expected rescue from a medical certificate than rescue from the solar system. In many of his Robinson Crusoe moods he thought kindly of MacIan as of some quarrelsome schoolfellow who had long been dead. He thought of leaving in the cell when he died a rigid record of his opinions, and when he began to write them down on scraps of envelope in his pocket, he was startled to discover how much they had changed. Then he remembered the Beauchamp Tower, and tried to write his blazing skepticism on the wall, and discovered that it was all shiny tiles on which nothing could be either drawn or carved. Then for an instant there hung and broke above him like a high wave the whole horror of scientific imprisonment, which manages to deny a man not only liberty, but every accidental comfort of bondage. In the old filthy dungeons men could carve their prayers or protests in the rock. Here the white and slippery walls escaped even from bearing witness. The old prisoners could make a pet of a mouse or a beetle straight out of a hole. Here the unpierceable walls were washed every morning by an automatic sluice. There was no natural corruption and no merciful decay by which a living thing could enter in. Then James Turnbull looked up and saw the high invincible hatefulness of the society in which he lived, and saw the hatefulness of something else also, which he told himself again and again was not the cosmos in which he believed. But all the time he had never once doubted that the 5 sides of his cell were for him the wall of the world henceforward, and it gave him a shock of surprise even to discover the faint light through the aperture in the ventilation tube. But he had forgotten how close efficiency has to pack everything together, and how easily, therefore, a pipe here or there may leak. Turnbull thrust his first finger down the aperture, and at last managed to make a slight further fissure in the piping. The light that came up from beyond was very faint, and apparently indirect. It seemed to fall from some hole or window higher up. As he was screwing his eye to peer at this grey and greasy twilight, he was astonished to see another human finger, very long and lean, come down from above towards the broken pipe and hook it up to something higher. The lighted aperture was abruptly blackened and blocked, presumably by a face and mouth, for something human spoke down the tube, though the words were not clear. "Who is that?" asked Turnbull, trembling with excitement, yet wary and quite resolved not to spoil any chance. After a few indistinct sounds the voice came down with a strong Argyllshire accent. "I say, Turnbull, we couldn't fight through this tube, could we?" Sentiments beyond speech surged up in Turnbull and silenced him for a space just long enough to be painful. Then he said with his old gaiety, "I vote we talk a little first. I don't want to murder the first man I have met for 10,000,000 years." "I know what you mean," answered the other. "It has been awful. For a mortal month I have been alone with God." Turnbull started, and it was on the tip of his tongue to answer, "Alone with God! Then you do not know what loneliness is." But he answered, after all, in his old defiant style, "Alone with God, were you? And I suppose you found His Majesty's society rather monotonous?" "Oh, no," said MacIan, and his voice shuddered. "It was a great deal too exciting." After a very long silence the voice of MacIan said, "What do you really hate most in your place?" "You'd think I was really mad if I told you," answered Turnbull, bitterly. "Then I expect it's the same as mine," said the other voice. "I am sure it's not the same as anybody's," said Turnbull, "for it has no rhyme or reason. Perhaps my brain really has gone, but I detest that iron spike in the left wall more than the damned desolation or the damned cocoa. Have you got one in your cell?" "Not now," replied MacIan with serenity. "I've pulled it out." His fellow prisoner could only repeat the words. "I pulled it out the other day when I was off my head," continued the tranquil Highland voice. "It looked so unnecessary." "You must be ghastly strong," said Turnbull. "One is when one is mad," was the careless reply, "and it had worn a little loose in the socket. Even now I've got it out I can't discover what it was for. But I've found out something a long sight funnier." "What do you mean?" asked Turnbull. "I have found out where A is," said the other. 3 weeks afterwards MacIan had managed to open up communications which made his meaning plain. By that time the two captives had fully discovered and demonstrated that weakness in the very nature of modern machinery to which we have already referred. The very fact that they were isolated from all companions meant that they were free from all spies. And as there are no jailers to be bribed, so there were none to be baffled. Machinery brought them their cocoa and cleaned their cells. That machinery was as helpless as it was pitiless. A little patient violence, conducted day after day amid constant mutual suggestion, opened an irregular hole in the wall, large enough to let in a small man, in the exact place where there had been before the tiny ventilation holes. Turnbull tumbled somehow into MacIan's apartment, and his first glance found out that the iron spike was indeed plucked from its socket, and left, moreover, another ragged hole into some hollow place behind. But for this MacIan's cell was the duplicate of Turnbull's, a long oblong ending in a wedge and lined with cold and lustrous tiles. The small hole from which the peg had been displaced was in that short oblique wall at the end nearest to Turnbull's. That individual looked at it with a puzzled face. "What is in there?" he asked. MacIan answered briefly, "Another cell." "But where can the door of it be?" asked his companion, even more puzzled. "The doors of our cells are at the other end." "It has no door," said Evan. In the pause of perplexity that followed, an eerie and sinister feeling crept over Turnbull's stubborn soul in spite of himself. The notion of the doorless room chilled him with that sense of half-witted curiosity which one has when something horrible is half understood. "James Turnbull," said MacIan, in a low and shaken voice, "these people hate us more than Nero hated Christians, and fear us more than any man feared Nero. They have filled England with frenzy and galloping in order to capture us and wipe us out, in order to kill us. And they have killed us, for you and I have only made a hole in our coffins. But though this hatred that they felt for us is bigger than they felt for Bonaparte, and more plain and practical than they would feel for Jack the Ripper, yet it is not we whom the people of this place hate most." A cold and quivering impatience continued to crawl up Turnbull's spine. He had never felt so near to superstition and supernaturalism, and it was not a pretty sort of superstition either. "There is another man more fearful and hateful," went on MacIan, in his low monotone voice, "and they have buried him even deeper. God knows how they did it, for he was let in by neither door nor window, nor lowered through any opening above. I expect these iron handles that we both hate have been part of some damned machinery for walling him up. He is there. I have looked through the hole at him. But I cannot stand looking at him long, because his face is turned away from me and he does not move." All Turnbull's unnatural and uncompleted feelings found their outlet in rushing to the aperture and looking into the unknown room. It was a third oblong cell exactly like the other two, except that it was doorless, and except that on one of the walls was painted a large black A, like the B and C outside their own doors. The letter in this case was not painted outside, because this prison had no outside. On the same kind of tiled floor, of which the monotonous squares had maddened Turnbull's eye and brain, was sitting a figure which was startlingly short even for a child, only that the enormous head was ringed with hair of a frosty gray. The figure was draped, both insecurely and insufficiently, in what looked like the remains of a brown flannel dressing-gown. An emptied cup of cocoa stood on the floor beside it, and the creature had his big gray head cocked at a particular angle of inquiry or attention which amid all that gathering gloom and mystery struck one as comic, if not cocksure. After 6 still seconds Turnbull could stand it no longer, but called out to the dwarfish thing, in what words heaven knows. The thing got up with the promptitude of an animal, and turning round offered the spectacle of 2 owlish eyes and a huge grey and white beard not unlike the plumage of an owl. This extraordinary beard covered him literally to his feet, not that that was very far, and perhaps it was well that it did, for portions of his remaining clothing seemed to fall off whenever he moved. One talks trivially of a face like parchment, but this old man's face was so wrinkled that it was like a parchment loaded with hieroglyphics. The lines of his face were so deep and complex that one could see 5 or 10 different faces besides the real one, as one can see them in an elaborate wallpaper. and yet while his face seemed like a scripture older than the gods, his eyes were quite bright, blue, and startled like those of a baby. They looked as if they had only an instant before been fitted into his head. Everything depended so obviously on whether this buried monster spoke that Turnbull did not know or care whether he himself had spoken. He said something or nothing, and then he waited for this dwarfish voice that had been hidden under the mountains of the world. At last it did speak, and spoke in English with a foreign accent that was neither Latin nor Teutonic. He suddenly stretched out a long and very dirty forefinger, and cried in a voice of clear recognition like a child's, "That's a hole!" He digested the discovery for some seconds, sucking his finger, and then he cried, with a crow of laughter, "And that's a head come through it!" The hilarious energy in this idiot attitude gave Turnbull another sick turn. He had grown to tolerate those dreary and mumbling madmen who trailed themselves about the beautiful asylum gardens. But there was something new and subversive of the universe in the combination of so much cheerful decision with a body without a brain. "Why did they put you in such a place?" he asked at last with embarrassment. "Good place, yes," said the old man, nodding a great many times and beaming like a flattered landlord. "Good shape, long and narrow, with a point, like this," and he made lovingly with his hands a map of the room in the air. "But that's not the best," he added confidentially. "Squares very good. I have a nice long holiday and can count them. But that's not the best." "What is the best?" asked Turnbull in great distress. "Spike is the best," said the old man, opening his blue eyes blazing. "It sticks out." The words Turnbull spoke broke out of him in pure pity. "Can't we do anything for you?" he said. "I am very happy," said the other alphabetically. "You are a good man. Can I help you?" "No, I don't think you can, sir," said Turnbull with rough pathos. "I am glad you are contented at least." The weird old person opened his broad blue eyes and fixed Turnbull with a stare extraordinarily severe. "You are quite sure," he said, "I cannot help you?" "Quite sure, thank you," said Turnbull with broken brevity. "Good day." Then he turned to MacIan, who was standing close behind him, and whose face, now familiar in all its moods, told him easily that Evan had heard the whole of the strange dialogue. "Curse those cruel beasts!" cried Turnbull. "They've turned him into an imbecile just by burying him alive. His brain's like a pin-point now." "You are sure he is a lunatic?" said Evan slowly. "Not a lunatic," said Turnbull. "An idiot. He just points to things and says that they stick out." "He had a notion that he could help us," said MacIan moodily, and began to pace towards the other end of his cell. "Yes, it was a bit pathetic," assented Turnbull. "Such a thing offering help. And besides Hallo, hallo, what's the matter?" "God Almighty guide us all!" said MacIan. He was standing heavy and still at the other end of the room, and staring quietly at the door which for 30 days had sealed them up from the sun. Turnbull, following the other's eye, stared at the door likewise, and then he also uttered an exclamation. The iron door was standing about 1.5 inches open. "He said," began Evan in a trembling voice, "he offered—" "Come along, you fool!" shouted Turnbull with a sudden and furious energy. "I see it all now, and it's the best stroke of luck in the world. You pulled out that iron handle that had screwed up his cell, and it somehow altered the machinery and opened all the doors." Seizing MacIan by the elbow, he bundled him bodily out into the open corridor and ran him on till they saw daylight through a half-darkened window. "All the same," said Evan, like one answering in an ordinary conversation, "he did ask you whether he could help you." All this wilderness of windowless passages was so built into the heart of that fortress of fear that it seemed more than an hour before the fugitives had any good glimpse of the outer world. They did not even know what hour of the day it was, and when, turning a corner, they saw the bare tunnel of the corridor end abruptly in a shining square of garden, the grass burning in that strong evening sunshine which makes it burnished gold rather than green, the abrupt opening onto the earth seemed like a hole knocked in the wall of heaven. Only once or twice in life is it permitted to a man thus to see the very universe from outside, and feel existence itself as an adorable adventure not yet begun. As they found this shining escape out of that hellish labyrinth, they both had simultaneously the sensation of being babies unborn, of being asked by God if they would like to live upon the earth. They were looking in at one of the 7 gates of Eden. Turnbull was the first to leap into the garden, with an earth-spurning leap like that of one who could really spread his wings and fly. MacIan, who came an instant after, was less full of mere animal gusto, and fuller of a more fearful and quivering pleasure in the clear and innocent flower colors and the high and holy trees. With one bound they were in that cool and cleared landscape, and they found just outside the door the black-clad gentleman with the cloven chin smilingly regarding them, and his chin seemed to grow longer and longer as he smiled. End of chapter 17. Recording by Trisha G. Chapter 18 of The Ball and the Cross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ball and the Cross by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 18. A Riddle of Faces. Just behind him stood 2 other doctors. One, the familiar Dr. Quayle, of the blinking eyes and bleating voice. The other, a more commonplace but much more forcible figure, a stout young doctor with short, well-brushed hair, and a round but resolute face. At the sight of the escape these 2 subordinates uttered a cry and sprang forward, but their superior remained motionless and smiling, and somehow the lack of his support seemed to arrest and freeze them in the very gesture of pursuit. "Let them be," he cried, in a voice that cut like a blade of ice, and not only of ice, but of some awful primordial ice that had never been water. "I want no devoted champions," said the cutting voice. "Even the folly of one's friends bores one at last. You don't suppose I should have let these lunatics out of their cells without good reason. I have the best and fullest reason. They can be let out of their cell today, because today the whole world has become their cell. I will have no more medieval mummery of chains and doors. Let them wander about the earth as they wandered about this garden, and I shall still be their easy master. Let them take the wings of the morning and abide in the uttermost parts of the sea, I am there. Whither shall they go from my presence, and whither shall they flee from my spirit? Courage, Dr. Quayle, do not be downhearted. The real days of tyranny are only beginning on this earth." And with that the master laughed and swung away from them, almost as if his laugh was a bad thing for people to see. "Might I speak to you a moment?" said Turnbull, stepping forward with a respectful resolution. But the shoulders of the master only seemed to take on a new and unexpected angle of mockery as he strode away. Turnbull swung round with great abruptness to the 2 other doctors, and said harshly, "What in snakes does he mean, and who are you?" "My name is Hutton," said the short stout man, "and I am, well, one of those whose business it is to uphold this establishment." "My name is Turnbull," said the other. "I am one of those whose business it is to tear it to the ground." The small doctor smiled, and Turnbull's anger seemed suddenly to steady him. "But I don't want to talk about that," he said calmly. "I only want to know what the master of this asylum really means." Dr. Hutton's smile broke into a laugh which, short as it was, had the suspicion of a shake in it. "I suppose you think that quite a simple question," he said. "I think it a plain question," said Turnbull, "and one that deserves a plain answer. Why did the master lock us up in a couple of cupboards like jars of pickles for a mortal month, and why does he now let us walk free in the garden again?" "I understand," said Hutton, with arched eyebrows, "that your complaint is that you are now free to walk in the garden." "My complaint is," said Turnbull, stubbornly, "that if I am fit to walk freely now, I have been as fit for the last month. No one has examined me, no one has come near me. Your chief says that I am only free because he has made other arrangements. What are those arrangements?" The young man with the round face looked down for a while and smoked reflectively. The other and elder doctor had gone pacing nervously by himself upon the lawn. At length the round face was lifted again and showed two round blue eyes with a certain frankness in them. "Well, I don't see that it can do any harm to tell, you know," he said. "You were shut up just then because it was just during that month that the master was bringing off his big scheme. He was getting his bill through Parliament and organizing a new medical police. But of course you haven't heard of all that. In fact, you weren't meant to." "Heard of all what?" asked the impatient inquirer. "There's a new law, and the asylum powers are greatly extended. Even if you did escape now, any policeman would take you up in the next town if you couldn't show a certificate of sanity from us." "Well," continued Dr. Hutton, "the master described before both houses of Parliament the real scientific objection to all existing legislation about lunacy. As he very truly said, the mistake is in supposing insanity to be merely an exception or an extreme. Insanity, like forgetfulness, is simply a quality which enters more or less into all human beings; and for practical purposes it is more necessary to know whose mind is really trustworthy than whose has some accidental taint. We have therefore reversed the existing method, and people now have to prove that they are sane. In the first village you entered, the village constable would notice that you were not wearing on the left lapel of your coat the small pewter S, which is now necessary to anyone who walks about beyond asylum bounds or outside asylum hours." "You mean to say," said Turnbull, "that this was what the master of the asylum urged before the House of Commons?" Dr. Hutton nodded with gravity. "And you mean to say," cried Turnbull, with a vibrant snort, "that that proposal was passed in an assembly that calls itself democratic?" The doctor showed his whole row of teeth in a smile. "Oh, the assembly calls itself socialist now," he said. "But we explained to them that this was a question for men of science." Turnbull gave one stamp upon the gravel, then pulled himself together and resumed. "But why should your infernal head medicine man lock us up in separate cells while he was turning England into a madhouse? I'm not the Prime Minister, we're not the House of Lords." "He wasn't afraid of the Prime Minister," replied Dr. Hutton. "He isn't afraid of the House of Lords, but—" "Well?" inquired Turnbull, stamping again. "He is afraid of you," said Hutton, simply. "Why, didn't you know?" MacIan, who had not spoken yet, made one stride forward and stood with shaking limbs and shining eyes. "He was afraid," began Evan, thickly. "You mean to say that we—" "I mean to say the plain truth now that the danger is over," said Hutton, calmly. "Most certainly you two were the only people he ever was afraid of." Then he added, in a low but not inaudible voice, "except one, whom he feared worse and was buried deeper." "Come away," cried MacIan. "This has to be thought about." Turnbull followed him in silence as he strode away, but just before he vanished, turned and spoke again to the doctors. "But what has got hold of people?" he asked abruptly. "Why should all England have gone dotty on the mere subject of dottiness?" Dr. Hutton smiled his open smile once more, and bowed slightly. "As to that also," he replied, "I don't want to make you vain." Turnbull swung round without a word, and he and his companion were lost in the lustrous leafage of the garden. They noticed nothing special about the scene, except that the garden seemed more exquisite than ever in the deepening sunset, and that there seemed to be many more people, whether patients or attendants, walking about in it. From behind the two black-coated doctors as they stood on the lawn another figure somewhat similarly dressed strode hurriedly past them. having also grizzled hair and an open flapping frock-coat. Both his decisive step and dapper black array marked him out as another medical man, or at least a man in authority, and as he passed Turnbull the latter was aroused by a strong impression of having seen the man somewhere before. It was no one that he knew well, yet he was certain that it was someone at whom he had at some time or other looked steadily. It was neither the face of a friend nor of an enemy. It aroused neither irritation nor tenderness, yet it was a face which had for some reason been of great importance in his life. Turning and returning, and making detours about the garden, he managed to study the man's face again and again, a mustached, somewhat military face with a monocle, the sort of face that is aristocratic without being distinguished. Turnbull could not remember any particular doctors in his decidedly healthy existence. Was the man a long-lost uncle, or was he only somebody who had sat opposite him regularly in a railway train? At that moment the man knocked down his own eyeglass with a gesture of annoyance. Turnbull remembered the gesture, and the truth sprang up solid in front of him. The man with the mustaches was Cumberland Vane, the London police magistrate before whom he and MacIan had once stood on their trial. The magistrate must have been transferred to some other official duties, to something connected with the inspection of asylums. Turnbull's heart gave a leap of excitement which was half hope. As a magistrate, Mr. Cumberland Vane had been somewhat careless and shallow, but certainly kindly, and not inaccessible to common sense so long as it was put to him in strictly conventional language. He was at least an authority of a more human and refreshing sort than the crank with the wagging beard or the fiend with the forked chin. He went straight up to the magistrate and said, "Good evening, Mr. Vane. I doubt if you'll remember me." Cumberland Vane screwed the eyeglass into his scowling face for an instant, and then said curtly but not uncivilly, "Yes, I remember you, sir. Assault or battery, wasn't it? A fellow broke your window. A tall fellow, Something. Case made rather a noise afterwards." "MacIan is the name, sir," said Turnbull respectfully. "I have him here with me." "Eh!" said Vane very sharply. "Confound him! Has he got anything to do with this game?" "Mr. Vane," said Turnbull pacifically, "I will not pretend that either he or I acted quite decorously on that occasion. You were very lenient with us, and did not treat us as criminals when you very well might. So I am sure you will give us your testimony that, even if we were criminals, we were not lunatics in any legal or medical sense whatever. I am sure you will use your influence for us." "My influence?" repeated the magistrate with a slight start. "I don't quite understand you." "I don't know in what capacity you are here," continued Turnbull gravely, "but a legal authority of your distinction must certainly be here in an important one. Whether you are visiting and inspecting the place, or attached to it as some kind of permanent legal adviser, your opinion must still—" Cumberland Vane exploded with a detonation of oaths. His face was transfigured with fury and contempt, and yet in some odd way he did not seem specially angry with Turnbull. "But Lord bless us and save us!" he gasped at length. "I am not here as an official at all. I'm here as a patient. The cursed pack of rat-catching chemists all say that I've lost my wits." "You!" cried Turnbull with terrible emphasis. "You lost your wits!" In the rush of his real astonishment at this towering unreality, Turnbull almost added, "Why, you haven't got any to lose." But he fortunately remembered the remains of his desperate diplomacy. "This can't go on," he said positively. "Men like MacIan and I may suffer unjustly all our lives, but a man like you must have influence." "There is only one man who has any influence in England now," said Vane, and his high voice fell to a sudden and convincing quietude. "Whom do you mean?" asked Turnbull. "I mean that cursed fellow with the long split chin," said the other. "Is it really true," asked Turnbull, "that he has been allowed to buy up and control such a lot? What put the country into such a state?" Mr. Cumberland Vane laughed outright. "What put the country into such a state?" he asked. "Why, you did. When you were fool enough to agree to fight MacIan, after all, everybody was ready to believe that the Bank of England might paint itself pink with white spots." "I don't understand," replied Turnbull. "Why should you be surprised at my fighting? I hope I have always fought." "Well," said Cumberland Vane, airily, "you didn't believe in religion, you see, so we thought you were safe at any rate. You went further in your language than most of us wanted to go, no good in just hurting one's mother's feelings, I think. But of course we all knew you were right, and really we relied on you." "Did you?" said the editor of The Atheist with a bursting heart. "I am sorry you did not tell me so at the time." He walked away very rapidly and flung himself on a garden seat, and for some 6 minutes his own wrongs hid from him the huge and hilarious fact that Cumberland Vane had been locked up as a lunatic. The garden of the madhouse was so perfectly planned, and answered so exquisitely to every hour of daylight, that one could almost fancy that the sunlight was caught there tangled in its tinted trees, as the wise men of Gotham tried to chain the spring to a bush. Or it seemed as if this ironic paradise still kept its unique dawn or its special sunset, while the rest of the earthly globe rolled through its ordinary hours. There was one evening, or late afternoon in particular, which Evan MacIan will remember in the last moments of death. It was what artists call a daffodil sky, but it is coarsened even by reference to a daffodil. It was of that innocent lonely yellow which has never heard of orange, though it might turn quite unconsciously into green. Against it the tops, one might say the turrets, of the clipped and ordered trees were outlined in that shade of veiled violet which tints the tops of lavender. A white early moon was hardly traceable upon that delicate yellow. MacIan, I say, will remember this tender and transparent evening, partly because of its virgin gold and silver, and partly because he passed beneath it through a most horrible instant of his life. Turnbull was sitting on his seat on the lawn, and the golden evening impressed even his positive nature, as indeed it might have impressed the oxen in a field. He was shocked out of his idle mood of awe by seeing MacIan break from behind the bushes and run across the lawn with an action he had never seen in the man before, with all his experience of the eccentric humours of this Celt. MacIan fell on the bench, shaking it so that it rattled, and gripped it with his knees like one in dreadful pain of body. That particular run and tumble is typical only of a man who has been hit by some sudden and incurable evil, who is bitten by a viper or condemned to be hanged. Turnbull looked up in the white face of his friend and enemy, and almost turned cold at what he saw there. He had seen the blue but gloomy eyes of the Western Highlander troubled by as many tempests as his own West Highland seas, but there had always been a fixed star of faith behind the storms. Now the star had gone out, and there was only misery. Yet MacIan had the strength to answer the question where Turnbull, taken by surprise, had not the strength to ask it. "They are right, they are right!" he cried. "Oh, my God, they are right, Turnbull! I ought to be here!" He went on with shapeless fluency as if he no longer had the heart to choose or check his speech. "I suppose I ought to have guessed long ago. All my big dreams and schemes, and everyone being against us, but I was stuck up, you know." "Do tell me about it, really!" cried the atheist, and, faced with the furnace of the other's pain, he did not notice that he spoke with the affection of a father. "I am mad, Turnbull," said Evan, with dead clearness of speech, and leaned back against the garden seat. "Nonsense!" said the other, clutching at the obvious cue of benevolent brutality. "This is one of your silly moods." MacIan shook his head. "I know enough about myself," he said, "to allow for any mood, though it opened heaven or hell. But to see things, to see them walking solid in the sun, things that can't be there, real mystics never do that, Turnbull." "What things?" asked the other, incredulously. MacIan lowered his voice. "I saw her," he said, "3 minutes ago, walking here in this hell yard." Between trying to look scornful and really looking startled, Turnbull's face was confused enough to emit no speech, and Evan went on in a monotonous sincerity. "I saw her walk behind those blessed trees against that holy sky of gold, as plain as I can see her whenever I shut my eyes. I did shut them, and opened them again, and she was still there. That is, of course she wasn't. She still had a little fur round her neck, but her dress was a shade brighter than when I really saw her." "My dear fellow," cried Turnbull, rallying a hearty laugh, "the fancies have really got hold of you. You mistook some other poor girl here for her." "Mistook some other—" said MacIan, and words failed him altogether. They sat for some moments in the mellow silence of the evening garden, a silence that was stifling for the skeptic, but utterly empty and final for the man of faith. At last he broke out again with the words, "Well, anyhow, if I am mad, I'm glad I'm mad on that." Turnbull murmured some clumsy deprecation, and sat stolidly smoking to collect his thoughts. The next instant he had all his nerves engaged in the mere effort to sit still. Across the clear space of cold silver and a pale lemon sky which was left by the gap in the ilex trees there passed a slim dark figure, a profile and the poise of a dark head like a bird's, which really pinned him to his seat with the point of coincidence. With an effort he got to his feet, and said with a voice of affected insouciance, "By George, MacIan, she is uncommonly like—" "What?" cried MacIan, with a leap of eagerness that was heartbreaking. "Do you see her too?" And the blaze came back into the centre of his eyes. Turnbull's brawny eyebrows were pulled together with a peculiar frown of curiosity, and all at once he walked quickly across the lawn. MacIan sat rigid, but peered after him with open and parched lips. He saw the sight which either proved him sane, or proved the whole universe half-witted. He saw the man of flesh approach the beautiful phantom, saw their gestures of recognition, and saw them against the sunset joining hands. He could stand it no longer, but ran across to the path, turned the corner, and saw standing quite palpable in the evening sunlight, talking with a casual grace to Turnbull, the face and figure which had filled his midnights with frightfully vivid or desperately half-forgotten features. She advanced quite pleasantly and coolly, and put out her hand. The moment that he touched it, he knew that he was sane, even if the solar system was crazy. She was entirely elegant and unembarrassed. That is the awful thing about women. They refuse to be emotional at emotional moments, upon some such ludicrous pretext as there being someone else there. But MacIan was in a condition of criticism much less than the average masculine one, being in fact merely overturned by the rushing riddle of the events. Evan does not know to this day what particular question he asked, but he vividly remembers that she answered, and every line or fluctuation of her face as she said it. "Oh, don't you know?" she said smiling, and suddenly lifting her level brown eyebrows. "Haven't you heard the news? I'm a lunatic." Then she added after a short pause, and with a sort of pride, "I've got a certificate." Her manner, by the matchless social stoicism of her sex, was entirely suited to a drawing-room, but Evan's reply fell somewhat far short of such a standard, as he only said, "What the devil in hell does all this nonsense mean?" "Really!" said the young lady, and laughed. "I beg your pardon," said the unhappy young man, rather wildly, "but what I mean is, why are you here in an asylum?" The young woman broke again into one of the maddening and mysterious laughs of femininity. Then she composed her features, and replied with equal dignity, "Well, if it comes to that, why are you?" The fact that Turnbull had strolled away and was investigating rhododendrons may have been due to Evan's successful prayers to the other world, or possibly to his own pretty successful experience of this one. But though they two were as isolated as a new Adam and Eve in a pretty ornamental Eden, the lady did not relax by an inch the rigor of her badinage. "I am locked up in the madhouse," said Evan, with a sort of stiff pride, "because I tried to keep my promise to you." "Quite so. answered the inexplicable lady, nodding with a perfectly blazing smile. "And I am locked up because it was to me you promised." "It is outrageous!" cried Evan. "It is impossible!" "Oh, you can see my certificate if you like," she replied with some hauteur. MacIan stared at her, and then at his boots, and then at the sky, and then at her again. He was quite sure now that he himself was not mad, and the fact rather added to his perplexity. Then he drew nearer to her, and said in a dry and dreadful voice, "Oh, don't condescend to play the fool with such a fool as me. Are you really locked up here as a patient because you helped us to escape?" "Yes," she said, still smiling, but her steady voice had a shake in it. Evan flung his big elbow across his forehead and burst into tears. The pure lemon of the sky faded into purer white as the great sunset silently collapsed. The birds settled back into the trees, the moon began to glow with its own light. Mr. James Turnbull continued his botanical researches into the structure of the rhododendron. But the lady did not move an inch until Evan had flung up his face again, and when he did he saw by the last gleam of sunlight that it was not only his face that was wet. Mr. James Turnbull had all his life professed a profound interest in physical science, and the phenomena of a good garden were really a pleasure to him. But after 3/4 of an hour or so, even the apostle of science began to find rhododendrons a bore, and was somewhat relieved when an unexpected development of events obliged him to transfer his researches to the equally interesting subject of hollyhocks, which grew some 50 feet farther along the path. The ostensible cause of his removal was the unexpected reappearance of his 2 other acquaintances walking and talking laboriously along the way, with the black head bent close to the brown one. Even hollyhocks detained Turnbull but a short time. Having rapidly absorbed all the important principles affecting the growth of those vegetables, he jumped over a flower bed and walked back into the building. The other 2 came up along the slow course of the path, talking and talking. No one but God knows what they said, for they certainly have forgotten, and if I remembered it I would not repeat it. When they parted at the end of the walk she put out her hand again in the same well-bred way, though it trembled. He seemed to restrain a gesture as he let it fall. "If it is really always to be like this," he said thickly, "it would not matter if we were here forever." "You tried to kill yourself 4 times for me," she said, unsteadily, "and I have been chained up as a mad woman for you. I really think that after that—" "Yes, I know," said Evan in a low voice, looking down. "After that we belong to each other. We are sort of sold to each other until the stars fall." Then he looked up suddenly and said, "By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Beatrice Drake," she replied with complete gravity. "You can see it on my certificate of lunacy." Chapter 19 of the Ball and the Cross. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Ball and the Cross by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 19. The Last Parley. Turnbull walked away, wildly trying to explain to himself the presence of 2 personal acquaintances so different as Vane and the girl. As he skirted a low hedge of laurel, an enormously tall young man leapt over it, stood in front of him, and almost fell on his neck as if seeking to embrace him. "Don't you know me?" almost sobbed the young man, who was in the highest spirits. "Ain't I written on your heart, old boy? I say, what did you do with my yacht?" "Take your arms off my neck," said Turnbull, irritably. "Are you mad?" The young man sat down on the gravel path and went into ecstasies of laughter. "No, that's just the fun of it. I'm not mad," he replied. "They've shut me up in this place, and I'm not mad." And he went off again into mirth as innocent as wedding bells. Turnbull, whose powers of surprise were exhausted, rolled his round grey eyes and said, "Mr. Wilkinson, I think," because he could not think of anything else to say. The tall man sitting on the gravel bowed with urbanity, and said, "Quite at your service. Not to be confused with the Wilkinsons of Cumberland. And, as I say, old boy, what have you done with my yacht? You see, they've locked me up here in this garden, and a yacht would be a sort of occupation for an unmarried man." "I am really horribly sorry," began Turnbull, in the last stage of bated bewilderment and exasperation, "but really—" "Oh, I can see you can't have it on you at the moment," said Mr. Wilkinson, with much intellectual magnanimity. "Well, the fact is," began Turnbull again, and then the phrase was frozen in his mouth, for round the corner came the goat-like face and gleaming eyeglasses of Dr. Quayle. "Ah, my dear Mr. Wilkinson," said the doctor, as if delighted at a coincidence. "And Mr. Turnbull, too! Why, I want to speak to Mr. Turnbull." Mr. Turnbull made some movement rather of surrender than of assent, and the doctor caught it up exquisitely, showing even more of his two front teeth. "I am sure Mr. Wilkinson will excuse us a moment." And with flying frock-coat he led Turnbull rapidly round the corner of a path. "My dear sir," he said in a quite affectionate manner, "I do not mind telling you, you are such a very hopeful case, you understand so well the scientific point of view, and I don't like to see you bothered by the really hopeless cases. They are monotonous and maddening. The man you have just been talking to, poor fellow, is one of the strongest cases of pure idée fixe that we have. It's very sad, and I am afraid utterly incurable. He keeps on telling everybody," and the doctor lowered his voice confidentially, "he tells everybody that two people have taken his yacht. His account of how he lost it is quite incoherent." Turnbull stamped his foot on the gravel path and called out, "Oh, I can't stand this! Really—" "I know," said the psychologist mournfully. "It is a most melancholy case, and also fortunately a very rare one. It is so rare, in fact, that in one classification of these maladies it is entered under a heading by itself, perdinavititis, mental inflammation creating the impression that one has lost a ship. Really," he said with a kind of half-embarrassed guilt, "it's rather a feather in my cap. I discovered the only existing case of perdinavititis." "But this won't do, doctor," said Turnbull, almost tearing his hair. "This really won't do. The man really did lose a ship. Indeed, not to put too fine a point on it, I took his ship." Dr. Quayle swung round for an instant, so that his silk-lined overcoat rustled, and stared singularly at Turnbull. Then he said, with hurried amiability, "Why, of course you did. Quite so, quite so," and with courteous gestures went striding up the garden path. Under the first laburnum tree he stopped, however, and pulling out his pencil and notebook wrote down feverishly, "Singular development in the elenthyromaniac, Turnbull. Sudden manifestation of rapinavititis, the delusion that one has stolen a ship. First case ever recorded." Turnbull stood for an instant staggered into stillness. Then he ran raging round the garden to find MacIan, just as a husband, even a bad husband, will run raging to find his wife if he is full of a furious query. He found MacIan stalking moodily about the half-lit garden, after his extraordinary meeting with Beatrice. No one who saw his slouching stride and sunken head could have known that his soul was in the seventh heaven of ecstasy. He did not think, he did not even very definitely desire. He merely wallowed in memories, chiefly in material memories, words said with a certain cadence or trivial turns of the neck or wrist. Into the middle of his stationary and senseless enjoyment were thrust abruptly the projecting elbow and the projecting red beard of Turnbull. MacIan stepped back a little, and the soul in his eyes came very slowly to its windows. When James Turnbull had the glittering sword point planted upon his breast, he was in far less danger. For 3 pulsating seconds after the interruption MacIan was in a mood to have murdered his father. And yet his whole emotional anger fell from him when he saw Turnbull's face, in which the eyes seemed to be bursting from the head like bullets. All the fire and fragrance even of young and honourable love faded for a moment before that stiff agony of interrogation. "Are you hurt, Turnbull?" he asked, anxiously. "I am dying," answered the other, quite calmly. "I am in the quite literal sense of the words dying to know something. I want to know what all this can possibly mean." MacIan did not answer, and he continued with asperity. "You are still thinking about that girl, but I tell you the whole thing is incredible. She is not the only person here. I've met the fellow Wilkinson whose yacht we lost. I've met the very magistrate you were hauled up to when you broke my window. What can it mean, meeting all these old people again? One never meets such old friends again except in a dream." Then after a silence he cried with a rending sincerity, "Are you really there, Evan? Have you ever really been there? Am I simply dreaming?" Evan had been listening with a living silence to every word, and now his face flamed with one of his rare revelations of life. "No, you good atheist," he cried. "No, you clean, courteous, reverent, pious old blasphemer. No, you are not dreaming. You are waking up." "What do you mean?" "There are two states where one meets so many old friends," said MacIan. "One is a dream, the other is the end of the world." "And you say—" "I say this is not a dream," said Evan in a ringing voice. "You really mean to suggest—" began Turnbull. "Be silent, or I shall say it all wrong," said MacIan, breathing hard. "It's hard to explain, anyhow. An apocalypse is the opposite of a dream. A dream is falser than the outer life. But the end of the world is more actual than the world it ends. I don't say this is really the end of the world, but it's something like that. It's the end of something. All the people are crowding into one corner. Everything is coming to a point." "What is the point?" asked Turnbull. "I can't see it," said Evan. "It is too large and plain." Then after a silence he said, "I can't see it, and yet I will try to describe it. Turnbull, 3 days ago I saw quite suddenly that our duel was not right after all." "3 days ago!" repeated Turnbull. "When and why did this illumination occur?" "I knew I was not quite right," answered Evan, "the moment I saw the round eyes of that old man in the cell." "Old man in the cell!" repeated his wondering companion. "Do you mean the poor old idiot who liked spikes to stick out?" "Yes," said MacIan after a slight pause, "I mean the poor old idiot who liked spikes to stick out. When I saw his eyes and heard his old croaking accent, I knew that it would not really have been right to kill you. It would have been a venial sin." "I am much obliged," said Turnbull, gruffly. "You must give me time," said MacIan quite patiently, "for I am trying to tell the whole truth. I am trying to tell more of it than I know." "So you see, I confess," he went on with laborious distinctness, "I confess that all the people who called our duel mad were right in a way. I would confess it to old Cumberland Vane in his eyeglass. I would confess it even to that old ass in brown flannel who talked to us about love. Yes, they are right in a way. I am a little mad." He stopped and wiped his brow as if he were literally doing heavy labour. Then he went on. "I am a little mad, but, after all, it is only a little madness. When hundreds of high-minded men had fought duels about a jostle with the elbow or the ace of spades, the whole world need not have gone wild over my one little wildness. Plenty of other people have killed themselves between then and now. But all England has gone into captivity in order to take us captive. All England has turned into a lunatic asylum in order to prove us lunatics. Compared with the general public, I might positively be called sane." He stopped again, and went on with the same air of travailing with the truth. "When I saw that, I saw everything. I saw the Church and the world. The Church in its earthly action has really touched morbid things, tortures and bleeding visions and blasts of extermination. The Church has had her madnesses, and I am one of them. I am the massacre of St. Bartholomew. I am the Inquisition of Spain. I do not say that we have never gone mad, but I say that we are fit to act as keepers to our enemies. Massacre is wicked even with a provocation, as in the Bartholomew. But your modern Nietzsche will tell you that massacre would be glorious without a provocation. Torture should be violently stopped, though the Church is doing it. But your modern Tolstoy will tell you that it ought not to be violently stopped, whoever is doing it. In the long run, which is most mad, the Church or the world? Which is madder, the Spanish priest who permitted tyranny, or the Prussian sophist who admired it? Which is madder, the Russian priest who discourages righteous rebellion, or the Russian novelist who forbids it? That is the final and blasting test. The world left to itself grows wilder than any creed. A few days ago, you and I were the maddest people in England. Now, by God, I believe we are the sanest. That is the only real question, whether the Church is really madder than the world. Let the rationalists run their own race, and let us see where they end. If the world has some healthy balance other than God, let the world find it. Does the world find it? Cut the world loose, he cried with a savage gesture. Does the world stand on its own end? Does it stand, or does it stagger? Turnbull remained silent, and MacIan said to him, looking once more at the earth, "It staggers, Turnbull. It cannot stand by itself. You know it cannot. It has been the sorrow of your life. Turnbull, this garden is not a dream, but an apocalyptic fulfillment. This garden is the world gone mad." Turnbull did not move his head, and he had been listening all the time. Yet somehow, the other knew that for the first time he was listening seriously. "The world has gone mad," said MacIan, "and it has gone mad about us. The world takes the trouble to make a big mistake about every little mistake made by the Church. That is why they have turned 10 counties into a madhouse. That is why crowds of kindly people are poured into this filthy melting pot. Now is the judgment of this world. The prince of this world is judged, and he is judged exactly because he is judging. There is at last one simple solution to the quarrel between the ball and the cross." Turnbull for the first time started. "The ball and—" he repeated. "What is the matter with you?" asked MacIan. "I had a dream," said Turnbull thickly and obscurely, "in which I saw the cross struck crooked and the ball secure—" "I had a dream," said MacIan, "in which I saw the cross erect and the ball invisible. They were both dreams from hell. There must be some round earth to plant the cross upon. But here is the awful difference, that the round world will not consent even to continue round. The astronomers are always telling us that it is shaped like an orange, or like an egg, or like a German sausage. They beat the old world about like a bladder and thump it into 1,000 shapeless shapes. Turnbull, we cannot trust the ball to be always a ball. We cannot trust reason to be reasonable. In the end the great terrestrial globe will go quite lopsided, and only the cross will stand upright." There was a long silence, and then Turnbull said, hesitatingly, "Has it occurred to you that since those 2 dreams, or whatever they were—" "Well?" murmured MacIan. "Since then," went on Turnbull in the same low voice, "since then we have never even looked for our swords." "You are right," answered MacIan, almost inaudibly. "We have found something which we both hate more than we ever hated each other, and I think I know its name." Turnbull seemed to frown and flinch for a moment. "It does not much matter what you call it," he said, "so long as you keep out of its way." The bushes broke and snapped abruptly behind them, and a very tall figure towered above Turnbull with an arrogant stoop and a projecting chin, a chin of which the shape showed queerly even in its shadow upon the path. "You see it is not so easy," said MacIan between his teeth. They looked up into the eyes of the Master, but looked only for a moment. The eyes were full of a frozen and icy wrath, a kind of utterly heartless hatred. His voice was for the first time devoid of irony. There was no more sarcasm in it than there was in an iron club. "You will be inside the building in 3 minutes," he said with pulverizing precision, "or you will be fired on by the artillery at all the windows. There is too much talking in this garden. We intend to close it. You will be accommodated indoors." "Ah," said MacIan, with a long and satisfied sigh, "then I was right." And he turned his back and walked obediently towards the building. Turnbull seemed to canvass for a few minutes the notion of knocking the Master down, and then fell under the same almost fairy fatalism as his companion. In some strange way it did seem that the more smoothly they yielded, the more swiftly would events sweep on to some great collision. Chapter 20 of the Ball and the Cross. The Ball and the Cross by G.K. Chesterton. Chapter 20. Dies Irae. As they advanced towards the asylum they looked up at its rows on rows of windows and understood the Master's material threat. By means of that complex but concealed machinery which ran like a network of nerves over the whole fabric, there had been shot out under every window ledge rows and rows of polished steel cylinders, the cold miracles of modern gunnery. They commanded the whole garden and the whole countryside, and could have blown to pieces an army corps. This silent declaration of war had evidently had its complete effect. As MacIan and Turnbull walked steadily but slowly towards the entrance hall of the institution, they could see that most, or at least many, of the patients had already gathered there, as well as the staff of doctors and the whole regiment of keepers and assistants. But when they entered the lamp-lit hall, and the high iron door was clashed to and locked behind them, yet a new amazement leapt into their eyes, and the stalwart Turnbull almost fell. For he saw a sight which was indeed, as MacIan had said, either the day of judgment or a dream. Within a few feet of him at one corner of the square of standing people stood the girl he had known in Jersey, Madeleine Durand. She looked straight at him with a steady smile which lit up the scene of darkness and unreason like the light of some honest fireside. Her square face and throat were thrown back, as her habit was, and there was something almost sleepy in the geniality of her eyes. He saw her first, and for a few seconds saw her only. Then the outer edge of his eyesight took in all the other staring faces, and he saw all the faces he had ever seen for weeks and months past. There was the Tolstoyan in Jaeger flannel, with the yellow beard that went backward and the foolish nose and eyes that went forward, with the curiosity of a crank. He was talking eagerly to Mr. Gordon, the corpulent Jew shopkeeper whom they had once gagged in his own shop. There was the tipsy old Hertfordshire rustic, he was talking energetically to himself. There was not only Mr. Vane the magistrate, but the clerk of Mr. Vane the magistrate. There was not only Miss Drake of the motor car, but also Miss Drake's chauffeur. Nothing wild or unfamiliar could have produced upon Turnbull such a nightmare impression as that ring of familiar faces. Yet he had one intellectual shock which was greater than all the others. He stepped impulsively forward towards Madeleine, and then wavered with a kind of wild humility. As he did so he caught sight of another square face behind Madeleine's, a face with long grey whiskers and an austere stare. It was old Durand, the girl's father, and when Turnbull saw him he saw the last and worst marvel of that monstrous night. He remembered Durand. He remembered his monotonous, everlasting lucidity, his stupefyingly sensible views of everything, his colossal contentment with truisms merely because they were true. "Confound it all!" cried Turnbull to himself. "If he is in the asylum, there can't be anyone outside." He drew nearer to Madeleine, but still doubtfully and all the more so because she still smiled at him. MacIan had already gone across to Beatrice with an air of fright. Then all these bewildered but partly amicable recognitions were cloven by a cruel voice which always made all human blood turn bitter. The Master was standing in the middle of the room surveying the scene like a great artist looking at a completed picture. Handsome as he looked, they had never seen so clearly what was really hateful in his face, and even then they could only express it by saying that the arched brows and the long emphatic chin gave it always a look of being lit from below, like the face of some infernal actor. "This is indeed a cosy party," he said, with glittering eyes. The master evidently meant to say more, but before he could say anything, Monsieur Durand had stepped right up to him and was speaking. He was speaking exactly as a French bourgeois speaks to the manager of a restaurant. That is, he spoke with rattling and breathless rapidity, but with no incoherence, and therefore with no emotion. It was a steady, monotonous vivacity, which came not seemingly from passion, but merely from the reason having been sent off at a gallop. He was saying something like this: "You refuse me my half bottle of Medoc, the drink the most wholesome and the most customary. You refuse me the company and obedience of my daughter, which nature herself indicates. You refuse me the beef and mutton, without pretense that it is a fast of the church. You now forbid me the promenade, a thing necessary to a person of my age. It is useless to tell me that you do all this by law. Law rests upon the social contract. If the citizen finds himself despoiled of such pleasures and powers as he would have had even in the savage state, the social contract is annulled." "It's no good chattering away, monsieur," said Hutton, for the master was silent. "The place is covered with machine guns. We've got to obey our orders, and so have you." "The machinery is of the most perfect," assented Durand, somewhat irrelevantly. "Worked by petroleum, I believe. I only ask you to admit that if such things fall below the comfort of barbarism, the social contract is annulled. It is a pretty little point of theory." "Oh, I dare say," said Hutton. Durand bowed quite civilly and withdrew. "A cosy party," resumed the master scornfully, "and yet I believe some of you are in doubt about how we all came together. I will explain it, ladies and gentlemen. I will explain everything. To whom shall I specially address myself? To Mr. James Turnbull. He has a scientific mind." Turnbull seemed to choke with sudden protest. The master seemed only to cough out of pure politeness, and proceeded. "Mr. Turnbull will agree with me," he said, "when I say that we long felt in scientific circles that great harm was done by such a legend as that of the crucifixion." Turnbull growled something which was presumably assent. The master went on smoothly. "It was in vain for us to urge that the incident was irrelevant, that there were many such fanatics, many such executions. We were forced to take the thing thoroughly in hand, to investigate it in the spirit of scientific history, and with the assistance of Mr. Turnbull and others, we were happy in being able to announce that this alleged crucifixion never occurred at all." MacIan lifted his head and looked at the master steadily, but Turnbull did not look up. "This, we found, was the only way with all superstitions," continued the speaker. "It was necessary to deny them historically, and we have done it with great success in the case of miracles and such things. Now within our own time there arose an unfortunate fuss which threatened, as Mr. Turnbull would say, to galvanize the corpse of Christianity into a fictitious life, the alleged case of a Highland eccentric who wanted to fight for the Virgin." MacIan, quite white, made a step forward, but the speaker did not alter his easy attitude or his flow of words. "Again we urged that this duel was not to be admired, that it was a mere brawl, but the people were ignorant and romantic. There were signs of treating this alleged Highlander and his alleged opponent as heroes. We tried all other means of arresting this reactionary hero worship. Working men who betted on the duel were imprisoned for gambling. Working men who drank the health of a duelist were imprisoned for drunkenness. But the popular excitement about the alleged duel continued, and we had to fall back on our old historical method. We investigated, on scientific principles, the story of MacIan's challenge, and we are happy to be able to inform you that the whole story of the attempted duel is a fable. There never was any challenge. There never was any man named MacIan. It is a melodramatic myth, like Calvary." Not a soul moved save Turnbull, who lifted his head. Yet there was the sense of a silent explosion. The whole story of the MacIan challenge," went on the master, beaming at them all with a sinister benignity, "has been found to originate in the obsessions of a few pathological types, who are now all fortunately in our care. There is, for instance, a person here of the name of Gordon, formerly the keeper of a curiosity shop. He is the victim of a disease called vinculomania, the impression that one has been bound or tied up. We have also a case of fugacity, Mr. Wimpey, who imagines that he was chased by two men." The indignant faces of the Jew shopkeeper and the Magdalen Doan started out of the crowd in their indignation, but the speaker continued. "One poor woman we have with us," he said, in a compassionate voice, "believes she was in a motor car with two such men. This is the well-known illusion of speed on which I need not dwell. Another wretched woman has the simple egotistic mania that she has caused the duel. Madeline Durand actually professes to have been the subject of the fight between MacIan and his enemy, a fight which, if it occurred at all, certainly began long before. But it never occurred at all. We have taken in hand every person who professed to have seen such a thing, and proved them all to be unbalanced. That is why they are here." The master looked round the room, just showing his perfect teeth with the perfection of artistic cruelty, exalted for a moment in the enormous simplicity of his success, and then walked across the hall and vanished through an inner door. His two lieutenants, Quayle and Hutton, were left standing at the head of the great army of servants and keepers. "I hope we shall have no more trouble," said Dr. Quayle pleasantly enough, and addressing Turnbull, who was leaning heavily upon the back of a chair. Still looking down, Turnbull lifted the chair an inch or two from the ground. Then he suddenly swung it above his head and sent it at the inquiring doctor with an awful crash which sent one of its wooden legs loose along the floor and crammed the doctor gasping into a corner. MacIan gave a great shout, snatched up the loose chair leg, and, rushing on the other doctor, felled him with a blow. 20 attendants rushed to capture the rebels. MacIan flung back 3 of them, and Turnbull went over on top of one, when from behind them all came a shriek as of something quite fresh and frightful. 2 of the 3 passages leading out of the hall were choked with blue smoke. Another instant and the hall was full of the fog of it, and red sparks began to swarm like scarlet bees. "The place is on fire!" cried Quayle with a scream of indecent terror. "Oh, who can have done it? How can it have happened?" A light had come into Turnbull's eyes. "How did the French Revolution happen?" he asked. "Oh, how should I know?" wailed the other. "Then I will tell you," said Turnbull. "It happened because some people fancied that a French grocer was as respectable as he looked." Even as he spoke, as if by confirmation, old Mr. Durand re-entered the smoky room quite placidly, wiping the petroleum from his hands with a handkerchief. He had set fire to the building in accordance with the strict principles of the social contract. But MacIan had taken a stride forward and stood there shaken and terrible. "Now," he cried panting, "now is the judgment of the world. The doctors will leave this place, the keepers will leave this place. They will leave us in charge of the machinery and the machine guns at the windows. But we, the lunatics, will wait to be burned alive if only we may see them go." "How do you know we shall go?" asked Hutton fiercely. "You believe nothing," said MacIan simply, "and you are insupportably afraid of death." "So this is suicide," sneered the doctor, "a somewhat doubtful sign of sanity." "Not at all. This is vengeance," answered Turnbull, quite calmly, "a thing which is completely healthy." "You think the doctors will go," said Hutton savagely. "The keepers have gone already," said Turnbull. Even as they spoke the main doors were burst open in mere brutal panic, and all the officers and subordinates of the asylum rushed away across the garden pursued by the smoke. But among the ticketed maniacs not a man or woman moved. "We hate dying," said Turnbull with composure, "but we hate you even more. This is a successful revolution." In the roof above their heads a panel shot back, showing a strip of starlit sky and a huge thing made of white metal, with the shape and fins of a fish, swinging as if at anchor. At the same moment a steel ladder slid down from the opening and struck the floor, and the cleft chin of the mysterious master was thrust into the opening. "Quayle, Hutton," he said, "you will escape with me," and they went up the ladder like automata of lead. Long after they had clambered into the car, the creature with the cloven face continued to leer down upon the smoke-stung crowd below. Then at last he said in a silken voice and with a smile of final satisfaction: "By the way, I fear I am very absent-minded. There is one man specially whom, somehow, I always forget. I always leave him lying about. Once I mislaid him on the cross of St. Paul's. So silly of me! And now I've forgotten him in one of those little cells where your fire is burning. Very unfortunate, especially for him." And nodding genially, he climbed into his flying ship. MacIan stood motionless for 2 minutes, and then rushed down one of the suffocating corridors till he found the flames. Turnbull looked once at Madeleine, and followed. MacIan, with singed hair, smoking garments, and smarting hands and face, had already broken far enough through the first barriers of burning timber to come within cry of the cells he had once known. It was impossible, however, to see the spot where the old man lay dead or alive, not now through darkness, but through scorching and aching light. The site of the old half-wit's cell was now the heart of a standing forest of fire, the flames as thick and yellow as a cornfield. Their incessant shrieking and crackling was like a mob shouting against an orator. Yet through all that deafening density MacIan thought he heard a small and separate sound. When he heard it he rushed forward as if to plunge into that furnace, but Turnbull arrested him by an elbow. "Let me go!" cried Evan in agony. "It is the poor old beggar's voice. He's still alive and shouting for help." "Listen!" said Turnbull, and lifted one finger from his clenched hand. "Or else he is shrieking with pain," protested MacIan. "I will not endure it." "Listen!" repeated Turnbull, grimly. "Did you ever hear anyone shout for help or shriek with pain in that voice?" The small shrill sounds which came through the crash of the conflagration were indeed of an odd sort, and MacIan turned a face of puzzled inquiry to his companion. "He is singing," said Turnbull, simply. A remaining rampart fell, crushing the fire, and through the diminished din of it the voice of the little old lunatic came clearer. In the heart of that white-hot hell he was singing like a bird. What he was singing was not very easy to follow, but it seemed to be something about playing in the golden hay. "Good Lord!" cried Turnbull, bitterly. There seemed to be some advantages in really being an idiot. Then advancing to the fringe of the fire he called out on chance to the invisible singer: "Can you come out? Are you cut off?" "God help us all!" said MacIan with a shudder. "He's laughing now." At whatever stage of being burned alive the invisible now found himself, he was now shaking out peals of silvery and hilarious laughter. As he listened, MacIan's 2 eyes began to glow, as if a strange thought had come into his head. "Fool, come out and save yourself!" shouted Turnbull. "No, by heaven, that is not the way!" cried Evan suddenly. "Father!" he shouted, "come out and save us all!" The fire, though it had dropped in 1 or 2 places, was, upon the whole, higher and more unconquerable than ever. Separate tall flames shot up and spread out above them like the fiery cloisters of some infernal cathedral, or like a grove of red tropical trees in the garden of the devil. Higher yet in the purple hollow of the night, the topmost flames leapt again and again fruitlessly at the stars, like golden dragons chained but struggling. The towers and domes of the oppressive smoke seemed high and far enough to drown distant planets in a London fog. But if we exhausted all frantic similes for that frantic scene, the main impression about the fire would still be its ranked upstanding rigidity and a sort of roaring stillness. It was literally a wall of fire. "Father!" cried MacIan once more. "Come out of it and save us all!" Turnbull was staring at him as he cried. The tall and steady forest of fire must have been already a portent visible to the whole circle of land and sea. The red flush of it lit up the long sides of white ships far out in the German Ocean, and picked out like piercing rubies the windows in the villages on the distant heights. If any villagers or sailors were looking towards it, they must have seen a strange sight as MacIan cried out for the third time. That forest of fire wavered and was cloven in the center, and then the whole of one half of it leaned one way as a cornfield leans all one way under the load of the wind. Indeed, it looked as if a great wind had sprung up and driven the great fire aslant. Its smoke was no longer sent up to choke the stars, but was trailed and dragged across county after county like one dreadful banner of defeat. But it was not the wind. Or if it was the wind, it was two winds blowing in opposite directions, for while one half of the huge fire sloped one way towards the inland heights, the other half, at exactly the same angle, sloped out eastward towards the sea, so that earth and ocean could behold, where there had been a mere fiery mass, a thing divided like a V, a cloven tongue of flame. But if it were a prodigy for those distant, it was something beyond speech for those quite near. As the echoes of Evan's last appeal rang and died in the universal uproar, the fiery vault over his head opened down the middle, and, reeling back in two great golden billows, hung on each side as huge and harmless as two sloping hills lie on each side of a valley. Down the center of this trough, or chasm, a little path ran, cleared of all but ashes, and down this little path was walking a little old man, singing as if he were alone in a wood at spring. When James Turnbull saw this, he suddenly put out a hand and seemed to support himself on the strong shoulder of Madeleine Durand. Then after a moment's hesitation he put his other hand on the shoulder of MacIan. His blue eyes looked extraordinarily brilliant and beautiful. In many skeptical papers and magazines afterwards he was sadly or sternly rebuked for having abandoned the certainties of materialism. All his life up to that moment he had been most honestly certain that materialism was a fact. But he was unlike the writers in the magazines precisely in this, that he preferred a fact even to materialism. As the little singing figure came nearer and nearer, Evan fell on his knees, and after an instant Beatrice followed. Then Madeleine fell on her knees, and after a longer instant Turnbull followed. Then the little old man went past them, singing down that corridor of flames. They had not looked at his face. When he had passed they looked up. While the first light of the fire had shot east and west, painting the sides of ships with firelight or striking red sparks out of windowed houses, it had not hitherto struck upward, for there was above it the ponderous and rococo cavern of its own monstrous colored smoke. But now the fire was turned to left and right like a woman's hair parted in the middle, and now the shafts of its light could shoot up into empty heavens and strike anything, either bird or cloud. But it struck something that was neither cloud nor bird. Far, far away up in those huge hollows of space something was flying swiftly and shining brightly, something that shone too bright and flew too fast to be any of the fowls of the air, though the red light lit it from underneath like the breast of a bird. Everyone knew it was a flying ship, and everyone knew whose. As they stared upward, the little speck of light seemed slightly tilted, and two black dots dropped from the edge of it. All the eager, upturned faces watched the two dots as they grew bigger and bigger in their downward rush. Then someone screamed, and no one looked up any more. For the two bodies, larger every second flying, spread out and sprawling in the firelight, were the dead bodies of the two doctors whom Professor Lucifer had carried with him, the weak and sneering Quayle, the cold and clumsy Hutton. They went with a crash into the thick of the fire. "They are gone!" screamed Beatrice, hiding her head. "Oh, God, they are lost!" Evan put his arm about her, and remembered his own vision. "No, they are not lost," he said. "They are saved. He has taken away no souls with him, after all." He looked vaguely about at the fire that was already fading, and there among the ashes lay two shining things that had survived the fire, his sword and Turnbull's, fallen haphazard in the pattern of a cross. End of Project Gutenberg's The Ball and the Cross, by G. K. Chesterton